We'll do it live. All right, there we go. We are up and running. Takeover Tuesday. It's my favorite day of the week right now. I love Takeover Tuesdays.
Another
They're fun.
beautiful Takeover Tuesday.
Yeah, another beautiful Takeover Tuesday from sunny Florida.
Yeah. We're gonna start about the weather again.
Yeah, right. We start every stream talking about the weather.
Day.
Another beautiful day. We talk about the weather here in New England. The weather in New England is overcast, gray, it's chilly. It's been raining. The dog loves it. Speaking of which, it's so funny how attached we get to our animals. Like I adore my dog. She's fantastic. She's awesome. And like I know you're mad about Bandit. And it's just the kind of thing where like before I got this dog, my wife and I got our dog about 3 years ago. In fact, 3 years ago this month. To me, a dog was always like a 60 or 70 or 80 pound animal, you know, like a big animal. Because the only dog I had ever owned was like a 75-pound dog when I was a kid. And she's 22 pounds, you know? And when we were thinking about what kind of dog to get, I was like, I don't know, but I don't want a dog under 40 pounds because that's not really a dog. That's like a cat. You know, it's like, it's so weird. And then now I've got this dog. And I'm like, this is an awesome dog. This is a perfect size for a dog. Why was I complaining about, like, you can have her on your lap. She can get in the bed. She doesn't, you know, destroy stuff when she walks around the house. Like my friends have this great dog. Her name is Lulu. She's so sweet, but she is a Great Dane. And she is like chest high. She's the tallest dog I've ever seen in my life. She looks like a pony, you know, and she's 140 pounds. And when she wags her tail, she smashes holes in the wall. Do you know what I mean? She's just like, she's the sweetest, friendliest, great dog. But it's like every time I go over there, she wants to like lean on me and get some attention. She knocks me over. She's huge, you know. And I'm like, why did I always think dogs had to be big? Now, I'm not trying to say Great Danes aren't awesome. She is awesome, and she's totally phenomenal. I'm just saying that, like, you know, there are benefits to having a small dog, and one of them is that, like, you know,
there are definitely some considerations to make there.
Yeah, it's like, but one of the great things, it's like if she's irritated, if she's like barking at the neighbors or something, I just scoop her up. I just pick her up. You know, it's like you can't pick up a 120-pound dog and just carry them inside when they're barking, you know. So anyway, so we're not talking about the weather. We're talking about dogs today. Hey guys, if you have, hey folks, if you just joined in, if you have a dog, tell me the breed of your dog and how big is your dog? And is that the size that you would go for again if you got another dog? Because I know Bandit's about 50 pounds?
Yeah, he's probably around like 60 pounds.
Which is more in keeping with what I always viewed dogs to be, right? Like, you know, when I was growing, I didn't know, you know, everybody around me had an outdoor dog and they were all like labs or golden retrievers or, you know, German shepherds or those kinds of dogs. That was pretty typical here in the suburbs in New England. So, you know, now we have designer dogs. I didn't grow up with designer dogs, and our dog's a designer dog. She's a Australian Labradoodle. Super cute. Really cute. But,
she's a cute little thing.
You know, she's you take a mini poodle, you know, and actually it's not even a mini poodle, but you take, like, you can breed them different sizes, you know, because you have a mini poodle, you have a standard poodle, so you have different sizes there. And then Australian Labradoodles have, they have another, it's not just Labradors and poodles. There are spaniels, Cocker Spaniels, I think, mixed in as well. So they're really super friendly and, you know, happy dogs. But yeah, so we just happen to get a pretty small. All right, let's see. We've got, my dog killed my home internet this morning. My dog's done that before. Actually, the computer that I'm on used to be hardwired, but it's no longer hardwired. Now I have to use Wi-Fi because my dog chewed the cable. So I feel you there. Best dog is a Great Dane, says Great Dane. They are very friendly dogs. They're really cool dogs. They're sweet dogs. And if you have the space for them and you like big dogs, then a Great Dane is a fantastic dog. Absolutely. Let's see what else here. I have a Border Collie, medium size, and she's fully blind. Border Collies are very smart dogs, aren't they? And yeah, I've never owned one. I know they're high energy. I assume she's fully blind due to age, or what? Was she born blind? Was she hurt in an accident? But the thing about dogs is blindness to dogs is very different than blindness to humans, right? Because their most powerful sense is actually their sense of smell. Or for most breeds, like some breeds are more visual and some breeds are more olfactory, focused. So my dog does quite well in the dark. Like her sense of smell is pretty strong. Got a rat terrier, 16 pounds. All right, terriers they can be fierce. They can be really territorial. It's so funny when you find like a tiny terrier who just growls and barks at everything, and you're like, man, you've got a lot of attitude for a tiny animal. But they can also be really great, really loyal companions, right? If you can make sure they get their exercise. And Stafford Terrier. We've got a Jack Russell Border Terrier. We got a red blue healer mix. I don't know what that is. A healer mix. She was born blind, and it doesn't stop her from running around and navigating around. That's great. That's awesome. JB says, my wife wants a Great Dane. I want my boxer replaced. Had to put my BFF of 11 years down due to tumor behind his eyes. I'm sorry to hear that. That's yeah, that's very painful. And they're our best friends. It's funny to say, but I've had this conversation with my wife. I spend more time with my dog than I spend with my wife. Right? Because I work from home. My dog thinks that she and I are a pair. And when my wife comes home, she loves my wife. She adores my wife. But like, if my wife and I are sitting next to each other on the couch, getting all cozy to watch a movie, she wants to be in the middle. She's like, no, this is my spot. It's kind of funny. Healers are some of the smartest dogs. Healers. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the breed. Is it a category of breed, or is it a specific breed? Is it kind of like hound, where you're like, okay, hound is sort of a category of different mixes? Yeah. Anyway, we've already got 30 people here. So I love talking about dogs. I could talk about dogs all day, but this is not a stream about dogs. This is Takeover Tuesday. Maybe we'll have to have like a live stream about dogs sometime. Yeah, dog stream. Maybe that should be my second channel, just talking about dogs. I think people love talking about their dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say next time I come up there, that'll be the dog stream.
Yeah, it'd be great if the next time you came up, if you could bring a Bandit and they could meet. That'd be fun. But all right, so yeah, hello to everybody. Hello to everybody in the chat. Let me hello. Say hello. Let's see. The Fatal Virus. We got Great Dane. Wicked Gaming is back. Hoax. Mario. We've got Relax Assassin. Cam Newton is in the house. It's nice to see a real superstar celebrity here. Cam Newton. Do you know who Cam Newton is?
Football guy?
Yeah, he's a quarterback in the NFL, or he was.
There you go.
I don't know if he's still in. I don't watch football much.
Got him.
So yeah, we got Fun and Party. Hello, JB is back. Kate of the Dead. Hello. Yandi is here. Suzanne Johansson. Geody's back. Chancellor Gill, welcome. Neothin, Robert, welcome. Live Wild. I that's just a fun name to me. Live Wild. Ian Godwin.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Alexon 73. Dogs taking over. KCH, good afternoon. Shooter 90's back. Welcome. Stefan Jans van Rensburg is here. I hope I did okay with that pronunciation. And he got a Python and a free Ray. So congrats on the buy one, get one, or the pull one, get one event. That is really great. Shooter says, there's my ASMR stream after a horribly long work day. Hi, guys. Yeah. Welcome. We're glad we can help you relax. I'm sorry your workday was long and horrible. That's the way it goes sometimes, I suppose. But now you're here. You can relax and hang out for a while. All right. Okay. Exile's here. Welcome. All right, so I want to jump right into it. One of the things I've noticed about our last couple of Takeover Tuesdays is we're getting a little bit inefficient here. In fact, last time we had to go like an hour long to get our third takeover in. So we're going to make a couple of changes, just a few small changes. First of all, right now, go ahead. Let's get that Wheel of Takeover up, son, if we can. Do we already have it up?
Everything is ready to go. We
Okay.
just need people to start replying to my message.
So if you are a member of the Discord, you want to take over, you want to put your name into the Wheel of Takeover. If you've never done this before, you're just going to go into the Discord. You need to go down to the Coaching Corner section of the Discord server. There will be a post by Sun. You just need to react to the post. You don't need to respond. You don't need to type anything out. You just need to react to the post. That will enter you into the wheel. We'll spin the wheel, and whoever it lands on, if they're here, they get a free takeover. If you are interested in a takeover, a couple of things: get your email address and password available. So make sure you know what that is, so that we don't have to necessarily wait for you to figure that out while, after you've won. And if you are interested in a takeover and you've never joined our Discord community before, it takes 10 minutes before you can chat. So that's just a delay that you'll have to kind of wait through. And we may actually pull before you're able to chat, but then you can just enter the next drawing. When we get a winner, what we're actually going to do is, rather than bring them onto the stream like we've been doing and letting people kind of choose whether they want to be on the stream, we're just going to do everything through chat instead. So we're going to pull you into the room so you can hear me. And then you can, type any questions that you have to me. Let me know what you want me to try to accomplish on your account. I may do what you want me to do. I may be able to do that. Or if I can't, I'll try to find other ways to help you. And you can let me know if you don't want me to mess around with specific champions, or if you don't want me to use resources or anything like that. I'll always ask permission. I'm not trying to mess up your account. But one of the things that, just because it's different every time, I think if we can kind of streamline, we might be able to get in more takeovers. And I think that's ultimately the goal, is to help as many people as we can. So as long as everybody's okay with that, I'll have to remind people, because there'll be more people coming into the stream later. But that's going to be our new method for today. We'll see if this is any better. Again, I enjoy talking to people. I don't want to not have you on the stream. It's just that I think, I get distracted by conversations. It's mostly me. I just get distracted, and then we don't get to enough takeovers. And I can't do a 4.5 hour stream every week. It's just not feasible. So, Ors, welcome.
Yeah.
Titan, welcome. Neil, welcome. All right. I'm sorry, son. Did you have something to add?
No, hit it right on the nose.
Okay. Just going to click my red dots. So how are we doing on the wheel there? Do we have some entries?
We do. We want to fire it up quick?
Yeah, let's fire it up quick. Let's do the first one. It's 2:15 already. Let's get moving. I want to try to get in at least 3 and not go over the 3-hour mark if I can. I know it's on me. It's not your fault. It's never the viewer's fault. It's always my fault. I get distracted by everything. Clearly the red dots are problematic.
You wouldn't be a YouTuber if you didn't like the sound of your own voice a little bit,
Oh, is that what it is? It's the sound of my own voice that I enjoy. You know what? It's not so much that I enjoy the sound of my voice, is that I fear the silence. No, it's just that when you're in front of a microphone and you can't have a conversation with another person, you have to get used to talking more. All of your inner thoughts come out through your mouth, even if you're not expecting them to, right? You're like, I need to create content. I need to create content. What am I thinking about right now? My dog. Let's talk about my dog for 15 minutes. Yeah. So did we get a winner?
We did. We've got our first Titan Drow in Discord.
That came out like a robot voice for me. I don't know if everybody else heard it.
Oh, it was Titan Drow that one.
Titan Drow. Okay. Titan Drow. Welcome. Now, Titan Drow is Titan Drow in the live stream. Is Titan Drow also Titan Drow in our... I guess he is.
Hello.
Hello and welcome. Congrats.
I was really surprised.
All right. So what we're going to do here is, if you can go ahead and DM me your account information, and then go ahead and kind of let me know a little bit about what you're looking for on your account. Like I said, no, go ahead and send it to me directly. Yeah. No, I muted it on the stream, so nobody's going to get any their voices on the stream. But yeah, just I'm okay with saying hello. But for sort of as we move forward, we're going to be just doing this primarily through DMs. So what we may need to do, son, is let's see. Yeah, that's a message request. Got that. Because we may need to create an extra channel just to make it work. Yeah, that's okay. We're just making changes. All right, I've got the information here, so let me go ahead and. Oh. There we go. I like having my logo up in the corner. All right. Give me just a second here. I didn't clear out all of the accounts yet, so I got to clear out. What is this doing? I just realized nobody's hearing your chat. I'm hearing your chat, but everybody's just looking at me in silence right now. So yeah, I'm having a little bit of a technical issue here with Plarium Play, so I'm gonna have to restart Plarium Play, and hopefully that works. Let's see. Yeah, Plarium Play is. I might be having technical issues here. This hasn't happened on a stream before, but it has happened before, and usually I have to like shut it all down and restart. And I don't want to do that midstream, so we'll see if this works. All right, I've got it working. There we go. All right, now I'm just removing all the old accounts. There we go. All right. Yeah, don't delete my own account. That would be a mistake. All right, here we go. All right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. When Plarium Play starts taking like 30 seconds to just log you into your account, that's telling you something's up. I hope it's not too serious here. All right, so it looks like we've got it. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what it is. And I'm also getting some audio problems here. It looks like the stream is doing okay. No. Is anybody having problems with the stream? Let me know, because my stream is currently frozen. Yeah. Yeah, my stream is I'm looping here, so I don't know if something's going on with my computer or my internet. My internet is usually pretty clean. Okay. So it might just be something going on with Plarium Play. So I was hoping to do this fast, right? Get right into it today, and here we are experiencing some significant technical issues. All right, so let me see if I can. Clan boss help. That's what we're looking for today. Okay, let me see if I can potentially clean this up a little bit. Is there anything going on here? Yeah. All right, I've got some issues with the Plarium Play client. Let me shut all that down. There we go. Let's try this again. Hopefully that's going to work better. I look over at the page. Like, I've got 54 concurrent viewers who are all like, "Get it fixed, man! Come on!" Like, I want my takeover. Move it, move it, move it. It's like, all right. Sorry. Sometimes these things happen. Steve, welcome. Good to see you. Ken. Philip Knezovich. We got a great group. We got Denise Peregrina here. Victoria Smith, welcome. Anthony Wood, welcome. Good to see everybody. Thanks for joining. Let's see if this actually starts. It's weird because if all the stream data is good, then it's not, it's not the Wi-Fi. There's something else going on. But I don't know what it could be. That is the question. All right, if we can't get this sorted in a couple of minutes, I'll stop the stream. I'll restart my computer, get everything, check my Wi-Fi, come back in 3 minutes and try to start again. I hate to do that because we got all these people waiting here. Could be. Yeah. All right. So this might be on my end. Anybody else having trouble getting into Raid? Like if somebody logged out and logged back into Raid? No, I logged into the account fine. I'm in the account. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I tried that stuff. Yeah, that's true. All right, so I don't want to just be stalled here out indefinitely, and I would rather not break the stream, but I think we're going to have to break the stream. So I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to restart it. I will be back in less than 5 minutes, hopefully. If there's no other issues, I'll communicate with Sun. Sun, if we have to, you can stream. No, you can tell everybody what's happening. So yeah, watch this space. We will be right back. Sorry about this, folks. We'll be back in a second. Oh, wait, are we good? It popped. No, it seems to be working. Just as I was about to shut it, I was literally hovering over the button to click end stream. So it looks like it looks like we're working. Maybe. Seems like we're working. It's not too slow. All right, so let's do a takeover. How about that? This is exciting. Wow, actual content. All right, so why don't you go ahead and tell me a little bit. You said you wanted some help with Clan Boss. Okay, so okay, so you you're getting 5 million at what difficulty? Because unfortunately, when I go into clan boss, it just gave me a timer. There we go. Now it's loaded. Okay, so Titan Jaw here. You're at, so on normal, you're at 4.25 million, and you're looking for a little bit of help there. That's basically what we're doing. Okay, great. Yeah, you may want to shut off the audio to the stream if you haven't already, just so you can hear me in channel. All right, so we're looking at the team here. Okay, we're looking at the team here. And let me just go see how these champions are built. All right, so we've got a drop defense champion here. She's got decent accuracy at 170. That's high enough for where you are. You've got her mostly booked out. You do not have the masteries on her yet. So it looks like you did not use the Deacon Armstrong code, so you don't have the Deacon Armstrong. And so War Maiden is a very good drop defense champion that everybody can get, so that's good there. You have Kale. You're running Claude, who looks like he's basically fully mastered. You're just waiting to get him to 6 stars. That's going to help. Now, Claude, yeah. So you don't, by the way, you don't have to worry about, like, I'm not really asking you questions. I'm letting them know. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if you have questions for me, definitely shout them out. But yeah. So here we have increased speed, increased accuracy. So the increased speed is good. We have the shield that gives you a little bit of sustain. And then you get some heals off of Claude. So that's good. And then I think you were running Wukong, correct? And then who was your other champion? It was these 3, Wukong, and who was the 5th? Let's go back. Just oh, yeah, okay, it was Islan. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, so I do think Islan's a very good champion. He's going to help keep your team alive and keep them nice and healed up for the long run. Let's see. So we have 2-hitter here. The provoke doesn't play. The decrease speed doesn't play either, but you can decrease enemy buffs, which is not bad. You have the A3, which is ally protection and increased defense on all allies, and the counterattack. The counterattack's going to get you a little more damage. The increased defense and ally protection is going to help you in terms of keeping everybody alive. But this is something that's really important, and I think I might have said this in last week's Takeover stream. When you are running ally protection or increased defense or strengthen, one of the things that you want to consider is uptime. If you do not have 100% uptime, it's almost like not having your ally protection at all. So imagine this scenario. You get to a point where the AoEs have an opportunity to either whittle you away in 2 or 3 shots or to just wipe you off the board. It can wipe you off in one shot. So at that point, that's where the ally protection, the increased defense, the strengthen, that's the point where that all of a sudden becomes critical. Because now if you have those up, you're going to be getting turns that you could not get before because you would have been killed. But prior to that point, prior to getting to that point, the ally protection and the increased defense aren't really important, right? They're there at the moment where you would have died, and they're keeping you alive and getting you extra rounds, which allows you to do more damage. Now, as soon as they drop off, you're back in the scenario where you're going to get one shot. So this right now has a potential ability to keep you alive for 2 more turns. And those 2 rounds may get you, 500,000 extra damage or 1 million extra damage or whatever it happens to be. Now, you can get to the point where you have 100% uptime on these kinds of buffs. There are a whole bunch of different ways to do it. One way, obviously, is you get the cooldowns reduced, so you can get it down to 4 turns. You can get your champion faster, so if you take more turns than the clan boss does, then you're going to get those up at the right moments, hopefully, for the clan boss hits. And then the last thing that you can do is you can extend the duration of buffs, or you could also reduce the cooldown of the buffs based on some other champion. So, for instance, here we have, who are we just looking at? No, I guess it was Islan. Islan had the decrease, but if I see, let's see, is there another champion here? Hellborn Sprite. So Hellborn Sprite has this increases duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. So this is the kind of skill. I'm not saying you want to do this with Hellborn Sprite, but this is the kind of skill that can increase the duration of that ally protect or increase defense. If you can get it to 100%, it's going to extend the life of your team by like a lot, by potentially 10 or 15 or 20 rounds, maybe more, depending on what you're comboing it with. But right now, the best it can do is probably extend your life for 2 additional clan boss turns. Maybe 3 if you can go like around the stun, you know, where like a stun will happen and it won't wipe you out, and then you can get it back up for another turn or 2. Like that could potentially happen, but that's the best case scenario. And so as a result, I think, although this is a phenomenal champion, this is not necessarily like by itself your solution to extending your life. Do you know what I mean? Now, there's a third option, I guess, or a fourth option, whatever it is that we're up to now, which is you can bring in another defensive champion and you can cycle them off. You know, so like one ally protection goes down and the other one comes up and you switch back and forth. You can do that. But now you're bringing in 2 defensive champions, and that's quite a lot. So what I like to do, what I often suggest people do early on in Clan Boss, when you are at like normal or hard and you're trying to get to brutal or nightmare, is worry a little bit less about perfect defenses and try to get sustain more out of heals, you know, maybe some shields, like, so you get some life, maybe lifesteal or regen sets, but focus more on the other things. Like, can you get a decrease attack out there? That would extend your life a little bit. Can you get a leech out there? That could help a lot. So now you're going to get, you know, some life that way as well. So in looking at the champions, like one of the things that I noticed is you have a Razzlevarg. Now this guy is a clan boss god. You have the 20% increase ally speed in all battles of 20%. This is your best all-around speed aura. It's better than Deacon Armstrong's. It's better than High Katoon's. Only 1% better, but every bit counts. Now his kit is really good for clan boss. You have this, by the way, this is awesome for Fire Knight, the triple hit with the turn meter. Phil, this is turn meter Phil, but this is one of the things that makes him a little bit tricky to speed tune. Now you're not worried about a speed tune right now. Don't worry about it for a long time. But this champion is an Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss champion. And there are speed tunes specifically built around Razzlevarg that can 1-key Ultra Nightmare. You can build him now. He's going to get you a ton of damage. He's going to help you in all sorts of places. But as you move forward, he will become probably the key component of your long-term Clan Boss solution. He's one of the best in the entire game at Clan Boss. He's tricky, but he's very good. So we look at his A2. He has an AoE with 100% chance of Leech. We were just talking about Leech. Leech is going to help you sustain your team. Okay. And then you have the A3, which attacks all enemies, places an increased speed buff and an increased accuracy buff on all allies for 2 turns before attacking. So everybody's going to get more turns. That's going to help, by the way, with the ally protect and the increased defense, right? The faster you go, the more turns you get, the more uptime on the buffs. And then each increased speed buff placed by this champion increases the champion's speed by 5. This is why he's so tricky to speed tune, because he keeps getting faster and faster and faster. The good news is that happens in a predictable way. So eventually you're going to get to the point with this guy where you can get to one of those speed tunes from Deadwood Jedi's site and you can start building around this guy, and he makes your entire team faster. He goes very fast, and basically he just does a ton of damage and helps you sustain. So really, really good champion that can allow you to get more turns. At least this champion will get more turns than almost any other champion in the game. There are a few champions who have like extra turn mechanics who might match him, but nobody goes as fast as this guy. I mean, that's why they made him a bunny, right? Because like that's the whole point. Bunnies are fast. So right now, you know, if you think about damage coming from just a few sources, one of the big ones, like here on Strategos Island, is your War Master. Now imagine you've got Razzlevarg with a War Master, but he's going at 3 times the speed. You get 3 times as many War Masters, you know, and then obviously he's a damage dealing champion. So, you know that, but he's not a poisoner. He's not an HP burner. And I think sometimes people kind of think, well, he can't be that good if he doesn't bring a percentage, you know, based damage source, but he can be. he just goes more times than everybody else. So he's bringing. In fact, I don't think you would run him in War Master. You might. Kind of depends. His average is just under 2, so you might. But sometimes if you have somebody who has an A1 with 3 hits, you would put him in Giant Slayer instead of War Master Mastery. So probably Giant Slayer, but either one would work well. All right, but for right now, what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to just get you more damage right now without necessarily worrying about Razelvarg. You do have him built. He's at 165 speed, 100 accuracy, so we'll think about putting him in. But we're just going to start brainstorming how to get you from, you're less than 5 million. Can we get you an extra 2 million? Can we get you an extra 3 million? Can we move in that direction? All right. That's okay. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the gear. We'll look at the gear because the gear can help. But I'm not too worried about the gear. I'm worried about the team composition. I'm worried about getting this to where we need to get it. Now, right now, I mean, you've done several things well here, so this is not a problem. But the things that you could benefit from, one, are speed. More speed is better, right? And you can get speed from gear. You can get speed from turn meter increases. You can get speed from a speed aura. You can get speed from a increased speed buff. You have none of those right now other than the speed on your gear. So Razelvarg right away brings a speed aura. So that's one reason why we would consider putting him in the team right now, even if he doesn't have all of the other things that we were talking about yet. As far as increased speed champions, I'm looking at your account. And you have a Diabolist who's up. She might be food. I don't know. Oh, you have her built a little bit. You have Eris here. Now, Eris has an increased speed buff. So she can help increase your speed. Let's see. Is there anybody else here? I mean, I'm assuming you have High Katoon somewhere, right? Let me check your vaults. You've got High Katoon there who has an increased turn meter and an increased speed buff. You've got Hutatsu who doesn't do any of those things, but he's got a leech. And he's got an increased defense as well. Okay. So let's see. Let me look at Endalia here. This is a champion I don't know particularly well. Okay, so she has a decrease attack, 100% chance decrease attack on a 3-turn cooldown up for 2 turns. That's not bad. She doesn't review particularly well. Provoke. See her stats. Yeah, not overly. Decrease attack here, the increased defense, and the shield with the revive, heal. Tree Shield Knot could be useful. This is more of a Fire Knight champion here. Purgator. Yeah, okay. Let's look at Samar. This is another champion I don't have. Not bringing a whole lot, although you have a Brimstone on him. Brimstone can be a great way to boost damage. All right, you have a Ferrican the Fat. Now, Ferrican the Fat is very good for Clan Boss. He brings a decreased defense. He's also got HP burns and poisons. And then he has an ally attack with an increased crit rate and increased crit damage. Now, he can be problematic sometimes if you have a champion, unfortunately, like Razelvarg, who has an increased turn meter on his A1. Because when you do an ally attack, everybody attacks with their A1, and this would give additional turn meter that might not be easy to speed tune. So like he's already tricky to speed tune, so you don't necessarily want to use these two together. You could maybe make it work. I don't know. You could check out the website and see if there's a tune that allows for ally attack with Razelvarg. Very smart people have fun like just figuring that stuff out. And so sometimes there is a tune out there. But this is actually maybe, along with Razelvarg, this might be your best clan boss champion. Decreased defense, HP burn, poisons, ally attack, increased crit damage. This is a fantastic champion. So if I'm looking at just ways to get you more damage right now, I'm thinking, let's go back to the clan boss. I'd be thinking, let's look at normal. We want the speed aura, so let's pull Islin. Well, let's just put Islin over here. We don't need Claude and Islin, probably. Let's just put Razelvarg right there. And then, I might look for something like, you could pull War Maiden and get your Farrakhan the Fat in. He's got the drop defense that War Maiden has, right? So he's bringing it on his A1, decreased defense. And then maybe instead of the Wukong basically is bringing you the buff strip, removing the increased attack buff. But if you have a decreased attack, that's not really going to matter that much. I don't know if we actually have one there. But then, we're looking for ways to maybe get faster. So we could go with like an Eris. This would give you an increased speed. And maybe, I think does she bring a cleanse too? Is that what she does? I think she brings a cleanse, right? Removes one random debuff from all allies. So you have the cleanse and the increased speed there. You also have counterattacks, yet another way to get some damage onto the board with counterattacks. So, this could be a really good clan boss team here. You've got Islin because he's already maxed out. You have him with his War Master. So that's going to be damage there. He's going to give you some sustain with the passive heals. And that'll help you a little bit there. Do we have the leech? We also have the leech from Razelvarg. So that's going to give you more sustain there. And between those two things, you should be able to get a lot of value and sustain and extend this fight as much as possible. Again, that ally protection and that increased defense isn't going to play a ton, but it's going to play a little bit. You get more attacks. You got 2 counterattack champions here, and you've got an ally attack champion here. You're going to get a ton of extra attacks. So once you get everybody to 6-star, and you've got all of those War Master procs and Giant Slayer procs. Think about this. Every time Farrakhan the Fat does his ally attack, everybody else hits with their A1. Everybody gets another chance to do that War Master proc, right? You have Eris. She's got a counterattack. So whenever anybody gets hit, she's going to do an A1. That's a chance for a War Master proc. You have a counterattack on Islin. Every time that pops off, any counterattacks, you've got a chance for a War Master proc. So you've got tons of extra War Master procs. Kale's got an A1 that has a poison on it. So if he, does an ally attack with Farrakhan the Fat, more poisons. Plus Farrakhan the Fat is bringing that decreased defense. So he's a good replacement for War Maiden. And he's going to bring additional poisons. That's going to get you more damage out there. This team is going to go faster than your current team. It's going to get you more attacks for more procs than your current team. And ultimately, it's just better synergy. You don't have them built yet. I don't think it would work right now. But you could probably get these 2 champions up to 50, start getting Razelvarg to 60. And don't worry about a speed tune. I know I was talking about like Razelvarg's tricky to speed tune. Don't worry about the speed tune. These 5 champions will get you to Nightmare as is. Build them well, get their masteries. Make sure they're built for their roles. This team will get you to Nightmare without any problem. I think this team should get you to Nightmare. Now, it may be that there's a stop at Brutal for a while, and it's going to take you it might take you a couple of months to get all the gear that you need and get everything in place. Yeah. So the holding on to the gear, holding on to the motivation to continue to go after clan boss when the gear trickles in, that can be tricky. Now, I do want to point out a couple of weaknesses on this team, which is that it doesn't look like if I look at this team, first of all, you're not going to have 100% uptime here on your Islin, so you would potentially want to think about that. The other thing is we don't have a decrease attack. So, in terms of being a killable composition, the only way to really get this really far would probably be to speed tune it to the point where you've got Islan running fast enough to have 100% uptime on his buffs. And if you could do that with that team, that would be phenomenal. That would be great. You'd be in good shape. And you do have speed to do it, right? You have the Razzlevarg like thing, you have the aura, you have the Eris speed buff. So you have some speed help there. But my guess is, like, right now you're running at 191 on Strategos Islan. And again, this would be a tricky speed tune, but you'd probably need to be running him at like maybe somewhere between 240 and like 290, depending on the tune. So again, long-term goals. Doesn't have to happen right now. As for like today's key, let's see if we can get any more damage just out of today's key. That'll be kind of interesting without necessarily going for that long-term solution. Who would we swap in? Well, first of all, I like this guy a lot, but he's running pretty slow. Let's see Wukong here. Who do you have? I want to see the masteries. Who do you have masteried out? You need your masteries on Kale. So that's got to be a key. By the way, I bet Islan does great work for you in like dungeons and stuff. Is he just awesome? Yeah, he's awesome. That's what I thought. And you've got your Claude, maxed out. So potentially he does have that increased speed buff. That's not bad. And the shield. So yeah, I mean, I think if you keep going, with Claude, he's going to help you out in a lot of places. Why not have him at 6 stars? You've already gotten all the masteries. So, get him to 6 stars. But I think, maybe after him, you do Razzlevarg and then also consider about Ferric and the Fat. Now, by the way, you don't have to do Ferric and the Fat. That ally attack and that, the decreased defense and the HP burns and poisons, those are really, really strong. Those are all great. But if you don't have a composition that like works well together, just sticking 5 good champions together doesn't make a team, right? So I do like that team that we were just talking about. I do like that team. I think that team will take you to Nightmare, but how you get from here on your account to there on your account has a lot of considerations, including how are you doing in Dragon? How are you doing in Spider? How are you doing in Arena? All that stuff. Do you know what I mean? So I don't want to just say 6-star Ferric and the Fat next. It's like it might take a little while for you to get there. I don't know. That's up to you and how you progress. Yeah, but I'm trying to think. Can we just get more point? Can we get more damage right now? Like right this second. I just want to. All right, I'm gonna take a look and see if we can rebuild Razzlevarg here. Let's see if we can get him faster, and then just put him in place of someone. I'm not sure who. We'll have to see. But yeah, this is a fun champion. I actually missed this fusion. I didn't realize I was going to miss this fusion. And I got to the end of the fusion and I somehow missed it. And I was confused. I planned it all out. It was during a very busy time. It was just before I started the YouTube thing and there was a lot going on. But it's like, I missed the fusion. I was so mad because I thought this champion was going to be fantastic. So first of all, we need speed boots. Let's start with speed boots. Let me also get myself out of the way here. I always do this. I'm going to put myself in the way of the gear. So let's go fitting room. We're going to go with equipped. Primary stats, speed. We've got speed boots here on this champion who probably doesn't need them. Let's see if we have him speed boots anywhere else. Those could work. All right. Let's see what else we've got. Stalwart. Perception. Accuracy. Defense. This has got crit rate and accuracy. So that would be a step up. Let me just double check this guy's. This guy's got leech. So leech is the only thing he needs accuracy to land, right? But we do want that leech. So it's important. But we're at 107 accuracy, but yeah, let's see. What's this? So we could stay in that set. That would not hurt. Thank you. Okay. We missed the two stats we needed. Come on. Spread them around. There we go. Accuracy is pretty good. Ooh. That took 100 and something. All right. So we don't have a lot of silver here. So we're going to try this on. That got us 3 more speed, a little more crit rate, some accuracy. Oh, I did it again. I hate when I do that. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's try this on. Okay, so now we need to consider. Well, we need crit rate. Let's see if we have any crit rate gloves anywhere interesting. With accuracy and defense. We could put him in lifesteal. I would not mind lifesteal on him. That would be good. We also have HP and accuracy there. Got a lot of crit rate gloves, mostly 4 stars. That's okay. Speed and resistance and accuracy here. Speed would be good. We want him fast. He multiplies his speed. So basically, the better we can. I just want to make sure. Yeah, see, so he also does damage based on speed. So the faster you can get him, the more damage he does. So all of his skills do damage on attack and speed. It's kind of crazy. So, all right. So fitting room, we did all of this all these times. Here we go. Let's get that on. Primary crit rate. So yeah, I want to get him in lifesteal maybe, because you're going to want him in dungeons. He's going to help you clear all sorts of stuff, and in lifesteal that might be the best. If not, we're just going to go probably speed and maybe damage. So we could do like one of these. That's not bad. But for right now, I'm going to try the lifesteal route and see if we can get there here. So that means we're going to replace all that perception gear. So let's do this. Substats. We want crit rate. And we only care about 2 sets at this point. We care about lifesteal. And we care about fatal. Attack percentage chest plate is not bad. We would lose some speed there. Let's look at this. Defense, accuracy with crit rate. Crit rate. This one's very good. This is one of the original pieces that you get, like a login piece. That could be really good. I would definitely not have it on, a rare that you're not using very much. So I would pull that piece probably. Crit rate and accuracy there. Double crit rate there with attack percentage. That's not too bad. And then we could go with this chest plate. How much speed are we losing? We're down to 136. And I don't think we have speed on any of these substats. So that's going in the opposite direction. We don't want to do that. So let's get away from the lifesteal. We'll go back to the perception. And then I guess we want to look at perception pieces. Let's see. Attack resistance crit rate. That's not too bad. The piece that he has a double roll into speed though, so we're not going to really swap that out. What about the helmet here? No speed there. So can we get speed on any of the helmets that have crit rate? Nope. What about the shield? That's a decent shield. Where's his shield? His shield doesn't have crit rate on it. Does his shield have speed on it? It looks like it does. This is a nice piece. That could be a good piece for him. That gets him more crit rate. Let's see. Look at the. We don't have other glove options with. Oh, we want to do a primary stat of crit rate on the gloves. I think there was one in the perception set. Do we have any of them with speed? We do, but it's a 3-star. So the question is, how important is the speed here on this piece? You're losing 11 speed here if we swap out of it. So relatively important. I'm going to use the last little bit of silver, see if we can get this done in under 142K. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're breaking raid. We got a problem. We got a problem here. We're not going to get our money's worth. Oh boy. All right, so the goal here is to get Razzlevarg to 100% crit rate. Make him a big damage dealer. Get him as fast as possible. In terms of, survivability, there we go. We rolled in a crit rate. That's good. And we did in fact get that extra. So yeah. So, we're moving in the right direction here, but we're trying to get to 100% crit rate. You're trying to get him as fast as possible. Speed equals damage in every way possible for this guy. Little bit of extra accuracy, a little bit of extra crit rate. And we'll worry about sustain based on heals because he's going to get one shot. He is absolutely going to get one shot at one point. Now the interesting thing is I have to take off these pieces. I don't have enough silver to take off these pieces. Let me see if I can do a little. I'm going to do a little tiny gear cleanse if I can. Yeah, let me see if I can sell some 1- and 2-star gear here for you. All right, so let's go ahead and we can sell all these pieces. You don't need the accuracy set very much. And that's going to get me just enough to swap out these 2 pieces here. 40,000. All right. All right, so let's just go ahead and try this. Not this team. Let's go ahead and try this team with, we're going to keep War Maiden in. And then the question is, do we keep Wukong or do we bring in Claude? I'm going to try Wukong. Let's just try Wukong. I want to look at Claude one last time. He's also in a Relentless set. Let's try Claude. Okay. Let's just see what happens. It would be interesting to see if the increase in speed is enough here to get a little bit more damage out of this. So what was your key? It was about 4.5 million? Yeah. So my guess is you're probably still going to be right around 4.5 million. But if we pick, we might pick up I don't know, we might pick up a few 100,000. We might pick up 1 million if we get lucky, depending on that speed aura. That 20% speed aura could be significant here. So it might be enough to get us, a few laps. It gets magnified when you get the tier 6 masteries, right? Once everybody has a tier 6 mastery, 20% extra speed means 20% extra, War Masters or Giant Slayers, or not perfectly but close, and that can really add up. So. But for the time being, let's just see how we're doing in terms of damage here. So do you know how many rounds you typically go? No. Okay, that's all right. Do you have any questions? By the way, I've been talking for a while. I haven't given you a time to ask a question. Do you have any questions? Yeah. Yeah, so he said he has to look deeper into this game, and there's a lot going on. There's a whole lot going on. And one of the advantages of so in my position, I've been playing for closing in on 2.5 years. And I've been watching videos that whole time. I watch all the content creators, I do all my research. I obviously have my champions I play, and I've played multiple accounts. So one of the biggest advantages of time is not necessarily being smarter so much as just having seen stuff that doesn't work and seen stuff that does, and so when I look at a roster, You know, you look at a roster and you see 100 different portraits and you're like, gosh, I don't know what 80 of these champions do. I look at a roster of 100 champions and I'm like, I know what 80 of them do. And I know what, you know, the other 20 kind of well. So you can quickly pick out champions that you might have seen somewhere else do really well. I've never owned Razzlevark, but I know that he's a monster in Ultra Nightmare because I've seen videos on it. I've looked at his kit. It makes sense to me. Like I've seen the speed tunes. I've, you know, messed around with the speed tunes just for fun. And it's like, so I know right away how strong this champion is. And when you only have a few champions on your roster who can really impact your clan boss, you know, results, you want to start focusing on those. So, you know, Razzlevarg is one of those. Now, Farrakhan the Fat is also one of those. I would say Farrakhan the Fat is in like the top 5, like outside of Demitha. If you remove Demitha from the equation and like Warcaster from the equation, because those are the unkillable champions, and Maneater. So take the unkillable champions out of the equation. If you're just talking about the champions you'd really like to see in the epic rarity for clan boss, Farrakhan the Fat is at near the top of that list. You know, you've got Fane, you've got Annex, you've got Whisper, you've got, you know, a few champions. Farrakhan the Fat is one of those because his ally attack is the best in the rarity. He's got the best ally attack in the epic rarity. And he brings decreased defense, poisons, and HP burns. So he brings really good damage. And there aren't that many epics that bring all of those possibilities at the same time. So those, yeah. So now I'm interested in seeing what happens here with the ally protect and the increased defense. Are we going to get one shot? Are we going to have enough defenses up with these two guys to kind of extend here? Because we're closing in on the 4 million number. We're starting to get hit a little bit. You know, that increased speed is going to help us. We do have a leech out there. If Razzlevarg gets to his turn, he should get a heal. Nope, there goes War Maiden. Now we get the increase. Now, see, right now we get the ally attack, our ally protect, and increased defense up. So War Maiden died because we didn't have it up at the right time. But we're extending here. We're extending. So potentially just that additional 20% speed and the speed boost from Razzlevarg might be enough to get you. Look, we're over 500 million already, or we're going to be over 500 million with this tune or with this comp. Yeah. So I'm going to stop it there. I don't want to actually use. Do you want me to use this key or do you want me to save it for you? I can save the key for you. Yeah, I'll save the key for you. Okay, so it looks like we're probably going to land somewhere around 5.3 or 5.4 million, as opposed to the 4.5 or so that you were. Let's jump back into your account. We'll just take a look at what your previous key was. So just switching in Razzlevarg as a lead and getting that 20% extra speed aura for everybody increased your damage by roughly 20%. Right? 20% extra speed actually gave us almost exactly 20% extra damage. It's kind of crazy how that works out. I mean, it shouldn't work out perfectly every time. Like, it's not going to be 20, you know, that's not exact. It's not a perfect multiplier, but that is an effect. Oh, I forgot. I forgot my technical difficulties here. All right. Well, it's launching, but we had that extra 20%, speed, and that got you 20% extra damage. You went from about 4.5 to about 5.4, which would be exactly 20%. And that will continue to be multiplied as you get your 6-star masteries. We don't have to report that. So let's just go take a look at that clan boss team one. Yeah, one more time. All right. So here we were on normal 4.25, and we would have landed at about 5.3 or 5.4. So that's more than 20% increase. Just from that one change. We pulled out, who did we pull out? We pulled out Wukong and we put in Razzlevarg. That's all we did. And that was the increase. I think Claude is great. And if you want to 6-star him and if you think he's valuable, he could be really good. but you have that team composition that, we talked about that I think is going to get you to Nightmare. Eventually, you're going to need to speed tune. And if you invest in Razzlevarg, he could be the key to your speed tune. You should go to Deadwood Jedi's website. In fact, I'll take you over there right now. I'll take everybody over there. Let me go look at Deadwood Jedi. And let me put this up for you guys. All right. So here's Deadwood Jedi. And if you look at the speed tunes, right, you can actually see that there are champions here that you can look at. And it doesn't look like Razzlevarg is on the list here, but if you click on speed tunes, I think you can filter. Yeah, you can go to the filters, and then here you should be able to find Razzlevarg. I thought he's not here either. Well, that's unfortunate. So let's just see if we can do I think we can do a search. Yeah, let's just do Razzlevarg. Let's see what that brings up. Because I know that there are speed tunes here. Did I spell it right? Is it 2 Z's? It's just my computer being slow. Here we go. Razzle Dazzle, Survival, Razzle Dazzle, Counterattack, all of these, right? Myth Hair. So here's one. This is Myth. Let's look at this one. Because this is one that you have Eris for. Oh, it's Myth Hair, not Myth Air. I'm sorry. So, yeah, that's not. But so this would give you an idea of what champions you would need to pair with Razzlevarg and what speeds you would have to hit on him. If we went back, we could find other ones. So let's see. That's unkillable. Let's see about this one. This one might be, yeah. So here's a protection block damage champion, protection block damage champion. So you could use 2 ally protection champs here instead of block damage, right? And that could potentially give you long life there. You've already got one, obviously. It's going to give you all of the speeds that you need. It's going to tell you about if it has to be a 3-turn cooldown, 4-turn cooldown, how long it has to be up for, all that stuff. And all you need is, the cleanser here. You do need to run Razzlevarg at 264 to 270. That's pretty fast. That's going to take you a few months to get to that speed. That's okay. It's going to take you a few months to get all these champions together. But this would be a potential goal here. And if you look here, this up at the top, it tells you how difficult it is to do. This is about a moderate speed tune. Now, your first speed tune is always super hard to do. It takes a while, to figure out how the calculator works and all that, and then to tweak it, make sure you didn't mess up the masteries and all those things. But as far as speed tunes are concerned, this isn't a super complicated one, and it is a 1-key Ultra Nightmare on all affinities. So this is a goal, and you'll notice the other champions almost don't matter. All you need is Razzlevarg and your cleanser. Now, Doom Priest is a phenomenal cleanser. She's going to give you an increased attack, and the cleanse is on the passive, so it doesn't even matter if she's the stun target. It just cleanses. It's gorgeous. And she's another epic. She's not a void epic, so you may get her. If you don't get her, you can consider a different cleanser running at this speed, as long as you have the right cooldown. As long as you have the right cooldown, and again, all that'll be listed here. But so yeah, it's worth coming here to the website, checking out the Razzlevarg speed tunes, just so you get an idea of what champions you might want to be keeping an eye out for when you do pull. We have a 2-time Sacred Shard event poll coming up this weekend, so maybe you'll get another one of these champions. Be like, oh, now I've got 2 of those pieces or 3 of those pieces, and now you start to plan ahead, and you're like, hey, 3 months from now, I'm going to be hitting Ultra Nightmare with this speed tune. And remember, even though there are blanks here, your Islin is probably going to fill out one of these spots. Do you know what I mean? So these aren't blanks here. These are potentially tunes you could use Islin for as well. All right. Yeah, you're welcome. Did that feel okay to you? That was helpful? All right. You're welcome. So let's see here. Yeah, absolutely. I haven't checked the chat yet, but yeah, as you move into hard, I would try out hard. If you can get one of the really nice things about moving up through these clan boss tiers is normal and hard don't hit that much differently. Do you know what I mean? In terms of like the incoming damage. So if you can get to like a 7 million key on normal, you can probably get to like a 6 million key on hard and get your 2 key here and start doing, a 2 key on hard. One thing to consider, and this is another reason to consider that Ferric in the Fat, or, at least getting your Kale fully mastered, is poisons scale better than direct damage. So as the boss gets more HP, poisons hit harder. You don't have to add the poisons. Like literally the poison you were using in normal is now more powerful in hard, and it'll be more powerful still in brutal. Between Kale and Ferric in the Fat, you'll have 2 poisoners, and those will scale up and allow you to keep the damage high. If you go with just Razelvarg, remember he's a direct damage dealer. He doesn't have poisons. So he's not going to scale up as well until you get him to those really high gear totals where you get the high speed and all the crit rate and all of that stuff. So don't go away from your poisoners. Like hold on to Kale. He should be a big component as you scale up. You don't want to switch over until you basically have a really good speed tune for, Razelvarg with all those pieces. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I think we'll call this one there. That was fun. That was interesting. Congratulations on Razelvarg, by the way. That's a great champion. Yeah. And definitely, let us know. Are you new to the Discord community now? Yeah. Well, come back and let us know, like, yeah, okay, that's great. Well, definitely then, keep us updated on the progress you're making with this clan boss comp. All right. So I'm going to shut that down there and signing off Titan Drow, and you can have your account back. Thanks for sharing. And yeah. All right. So I'm going to jump into chat for a second here and just see what people have been saying, because when I'm doing a live. Yeah. All right. So. All right. Let's see. We say stream is golden, no issues with the streaming. Okay, that was good. People are talking about shards because of the shard event, of course. Yep, you're all set. Thank you. Neothin says, if at all possible, Colred, can you please say the champion's name instead of this champion? I'm mostly listening and would save having to grab my phone. Thank you. That's a good note, Neothin. I will try to do that in the future. Sorry that you probably said that 10 minutes ago, and for 10 minutes you've been like, say the champion's name. Okay. Raz is best with Giant Slayer, not War Master. Yeah, that's probably true. Obviously, anytime you have a triple hit on an A1, you want to think Giant Slayer. But the way it actually works, and it's a little bit complicated, but you need to think about the cycle of all of your turns, right? So you have a 3-hitter on an A1, you have a 1-hitter on an A2, and you have a 1-hitter on an A3. And then you think about the cooldowns, and you're like, okay, so that means for the cycle, like, do I do 3 hits, 1 and 1, which would give me 5 hits in 3 turns, which is under the 2 hits per turn threshold? Or because of the cooldowns, they're a little bit longer and I actually get a second A1 in? Or do I have an ally attack champion or a counterattack champion, which gives me more A1s? So I think the threshold is like somewhere around 2.5 or maybe just below that. Like you actually have to be not just over 2, but it's like over 2.37 or something. There is an actual number for it to work out in the cycle. And so most people say triple hit or A1, like that's just a shorthand, but that's not 100% true in all cases. But if you have an ally attack or if you have a counter attack, then it's almost, it is true pretty much all the time, even for double hitters, right? In a lot of cases, it can be better. Take the Live Wild says, oh man, take the Fat Man to 5-star right now. Ferric in the Fat is phenomenal. And yeah, he's absolutely a good champion for that. Why not the Hound? Why not the Hound in the clan boss? Yeah, I thought about the reflect damage. It would be something to try. I was actually thinking more about champions that you would want there for the long term. So for maybe today, he might get an extra couple 100,000 damage. You're right. That would be worth considering. Marianne says, would love an account takeover, but man, I'm always at work for the stream. You rock. Thank you very much. By the way, I went to Split this summer, which is in Croatia. It's a city in Croatia. It's where my grandmother was born. And there's a hill in Split called Marian. And I think it's spelled the same exact way. Yeah, and it's sort of a famous landmark there if you're from the region. And so, yeah, we scattered our ashes, actually. It was very sweet. But that just made me think of that. All right, so what else? What level of clan boss is this? I think it was just normal, right? Yeah. Is there still a max number of entrants on the wheel for the takeover? I don't think so. We're just adding everybody to the wheel. In fact, let's go ahead and start spinning, son. Let's get the next one going. So if you haven't joined yet, you can go ahead and join the Discord community. Make sure you sign up for the wheel. It takes you 10 minutes, by the way. So, you know, if you're new to the Discord, it takes you 10 minutes before you can chat. So sign up now, and hopefully we'll have a third takeover and you can join that one. Okay. Great. We got a lot of people who've joined. That's awesome. Welcome, welcome. We're going to do another one. Remember, if you are in this drawing, make sure that you have your email available, because it's not like I can't auto log in. I have to actually enter your email and your password. Make sure you have your correct password. And don't enable two-factor authentication right now, because it'll lock you out for a couple hours. But in the future, if you wanted to do that, that's always a good idea. Live Wild says, smash those likes, peeps. This is how we say it on this channel. Smash that like button. That's from like our first live stream. I forget who made me start doing that, but that I still remember fondly. So make sure to like the stream. Mr. Fudan is in the house. Promo codes, two that I have seen, Spooky23 and Undead Treat are the two promo codes. I have not heard of a third. We may get another one. You know, there may be more. There may be a lot more treats for Halloween. Could be more codes. This particular code was great because it gave a 5-star chicken, which was fantastic. Godazord is back. Welcome. Victoria Smith says, probably good it didn't select me. I can't remember passwords. Yeah, that can be tricky. I'm sorry, son. Did we have a winner? Flamingo with the flamethrower. Okay. My personal live stream, like the recording of the live stream that is playing back to me, is like 10 minutes behind. It's kind of weird. So I don't know where we are right now. There are a lot of technical glitches going on. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at my stream and it's still showing the last takeover. Like, I'm on Deadwood Jedi's website right now. I'm like, I hope everybody's hearing me because I'm trying to talk to chat at the moment. I wonder if I reloaded this page, would that work? It probably wouldn't break the stream because it's coming from my OBS, I think. Let me see. Let's hope I don't break the stream. Did that work? That worked, right? Yeah, okay, great. I'm gonna make myself a little bit. Oh no, I lost the call red plays. I like that logo. It's fun. It's fun to see up there. All right. So who do we had a winner. Is the winner in chat yet? What's going on here, son? Okay. So we had a winner, but we don't know if they are here or not. Let me pull up let me just you just shout out when they're ready to go. I want to take a look at Deadwood Jedi site for a second. So I haven't done my clan boss calculator video yet, and there are a couple of reasons why. I was going to do a speed tune as like my 5th clan boss series video. If you guys watched that video, I did 4 almost consecutive clan boss videos, like in a week. We did a clan boss week, and it was like all about speed tuning in general, and I kind of showed a lot of the clan boss stuff, and then I didn't do the final one because I feel like to a certain extent maybe I'm treading on somebody else's territory a little bit. This is his website. This is his clan boss calculator. And I already did 2 videos that included it. So like doing a third, I'm almost like, I don't know. So I didn't do it. I still need to speed tune a new clan boss team. But since we're here and it's a live stream and we were already talking about it, I heard a couple of people, or I read that a couple of people in chat said they're scared of the clan boss calculator. So I'm going to do a very quick, very basic breakdown of the clan boss calculator. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to find your speed tune. So here they actually added like some new speed tunes here. So I'm going to go to a beginner team. And it looks like they didn't complete the page. Okay. So let's do a Demitha team. All right, so let's do Budget Myth Air. This is a good one for a lot of early players to start wanting to move. So the way that these descriptions work is the champions that are highlighted are either required champions, sometimes they're required champions, or they are like good versions of champions for that spot. In this particular case, I think all 4 of these champions are required champions. And then the slot that's open here that says DPS could be any DPS running at those speeds. If there are notes about like changes, or if you can't full auto, or if there's substitutions you have to worry about, those are here. But if you're just like, you know what, I want to run Nightmare with this team, I have these champions, I want to see if I can get to Nightmare, you can just come down here to this page, and these links will populate a calculator for you. So you just click on Nightmare, let's say, and it'll bring you to the calculator. Everything's moving slowly today, but it'll bring you to the calculator and it'll put the champions in their places. So you can see them on the left-hand side. Apparently my screen is stretched a little bit weirdly. Sorry, let me see if I can fix that a little. It doesn't look like I can right now. Okay, so, but you can see the champions are actually preloaded, and they put in the DPS as a ninja, but we could go ahead and switch ninja, and let's say we wanted to use a different DPS. Like, let's say we wanted to use, I don't know, we'll use Fane, because she's awesome. Okay, and the speeds are already populated. The skills are already there. And you can see all of that. And now all the bars are what people get crazy about. It's like, it's chaos. It's just color chaos. So let me break this down for you a little bit. Each champion has a color. Each bar has a color. So that bar belongs to the champion of that color. So Fane is always the blue bar, and this is where she goes. The first column, all the way on the left side, that's the clan boss hitting his AoE, his first AoE in the rotation. The second column ends with the clan boss taking his second AoE, and the third column ends with the clan boss doing his stun. Okay, so what we can see here is in the very first turn, before the clan boss even goes once, everybody is going to go once. It's going to go Demitha, then Eris, then Fane, and then Painkeeper 1, then Painkeeper 2. Then the clan boss does the AoE. Now the symbols that we get here, let's see. I gotta have my mouse on the screen. The symbols that we get here are the buffs that are up on the champions. If they are solid buffs, like if they are solid color, they're not faded, that means they are up and they are staying up. If they are faded, that means when that champion goes, they were on the champion. But after the champion goes, they will drop off the champion. So Demitha puts her block damage up on the first turn. The green color means those buffs were just applied. Okay, so the green buff color, you can see the strong dude, that's the block damage. That was just applied. And as you can see, since it only goes up for one turn, every champion has a faded blue icon, right? The block damage icon. That's because they all start the turn with it on, and it falls off of all of them after they take their turn because it only has a 1 turn duration. Okay. Now you can see Eris. Eris has a speed boot, so she's applying her speed buff right there. So it's green. And then afterwards, it's blue on everybody because it's on them, and it's not dropping off at the end of the turn because it's up for 2 turns. Okay. So then you can go to the second column and you'll see, all of the buffs being applied and reapplied and dropping off. And same thing with the third column up here. Okay. Now, any speed tune is going to have to reach like attunement, right? They don't all start perfectly in tune. So the first 3, 4, 5, 6 turns might be different. But from this point on, from turn 5, you'll notice every single turn basically is pretty much the same. It's not exactly the same in the middle. So for instance, like here on this one, Painkeeper goes like second in the turn order, and then in the next column, she goes 5th in the turn order. But the thing that you'll notice that is the same every time is Eris starts every turn and Demitha ends every turn. So her A3 is her block damage. So on that, right before the clan boss goes every time, Demitha puts up her block damage. So she puts it up, AoE 1, nobody takes damage. She puts it up, AoE 2, nobody takes damage. She puts it up, stun target doesn't take damage, right? And then right here, what we get for Eris on this A2, the A2 is the speed buff and the cleanse. So because she goes first, she will always cleanse the stun target. She can't do that if she is the stun target. So this speed tune will work very well for all affinities, except when Eris becomes the stun target, which she will become because she could be the weak affinity and the only weak affinity champion. So it will break when she gets stunned because she can't cleanse herself. But for all of the other affinities, all 50 turns, you will see they just repeat the same cycle over and over and over and over. Demitha always goes last. Eris always goes first every turn. And everybody else in between, like those are still in predictable patterns. They're not the same every single turn, but it's a predictable pattern that's going to allow the Painkeepers to drop the cooldowns for everybody so that Demitha and Eris go in the right positions. And that's how a speed tune works. And this is how the calculator visually represents that idea. It doesn't mean it isn't total chaos. It is total visual chaos. I'm not in love with the interface. But the things that you can also do here is you can change the speeds, you can change the priority of the skills, you can change the speed aura, you can change the gear that they're wearing. You can apply, like if you go here and you speed, like it'll say, what are the sets? What sets are you using? Are you wearing, speed and perception gear or whatever? And that will actually find the exact true speed for your champions. And you need the exact true speed for your champions to know whether or not this is going to speed tune properly. And that's because all of the speeds in the game are usually in whole numbers, like they're represented as a whole number. But because you have percentage increases, right, based on certain things, like the actual speed may not be a whole number. And so it's just going to be with like the represented number, the printed number, wherever it's shown in the game, will only be within a half point of what's actually true. And sometimes, for instance, if you look at these two champions, this one's running at 188 and this one's running at 189. Right? But if they are in different speed sets or different masteries or something, that speed may actually flip. Like this may not be, this is the goal speed. This is the speed you want them to run at. But this may not be their actual speed. So you have to put their gear in. And if you're running Lore of Steel as a mastery, you have to place that, and so on and so forth. So it's a very powerful tool. It can be very confusing. The first time you speed tune, you're going to be knocking your head against the wall. Once you kind of figure out how to work it and it starts to make sense to you and it starts to click, you're going to find it's a great tool. But the big thing about this that you want to remember is back here on the website, once you pick your speed tune, you can just go right into the calculator and it'll be populated with those champions. And like I said, you can always swap out a champion if you need to. But remember, in this particular speed tune, these 4 are required. You can't swap these out. Right? Or if there is a substitution, sometimes the considerations here, the notes will mention possible substitutions. But this composition is literally speed tuned just for these people. All right, son, have we found our person? Okay. We're going to spin the wheel again. All right. I hope that was a beneficial explanation of that. Let me know in some questions about what? I did that video. Oh, okay. I spent a lot of time on that video. That's a good video. Yeah. That was a fun thumbnail. All right, who's our new takeover? Demon King. Sounds ominous. Who is the Demon King? My name is not in the wheel. Well, if your name is not in the wheel, you have to go to the channel and you have to react to Sun's message. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so Demon Lord. Do we have Demon Lord? This has happened a few times where we've had people who are like, oh, yeah, I don't need to be showing that page. That's a weird page to be showing. I don't think it's showing anything I can't show, but it is a bit weird. Okay. Yeah, they do. So have you reached out and not gotten a response? Is that what's going on? Oh, great. Demon King, Demon Lord. The Demon Lord, Demon King. Demon King. Who is the Demon King? Feels a little bit like Guardians of the Galaxy to me. Dude, I'm Demon King, Demon Lord. Come on. All right. Let's see if there are any other cool speed tunes. This is what I want. I want to go to here. I want to go to speed tunes. And I want to filter. I want it all affinities. That's what I want every time. I want affinity friendly, all affinity. Unkillable. One key ultranite. Don't care what it is. Deacon Forever. Let's check out that one. You know, the funny thing is I now have a Brogni, and I was starting to build him for the Cadaver team. And then, of course, Cadaver got nerfed, which is great. I think that's a good thing. But now I have this Brogni I don't know what to do with. The problem is I'm trying to get Helicath out of my team, so I don't think I want to do this. And this Deacon is way, way too slow, and I don't have a second Deacon, so that's not going to work. Let's check out the Myth Air. Let's check. Nope. I'm not slowing down my Deacon or my Seeker. I have a free Seeker. I have two Seekers. I have one for Clan Boss and one for other stuff. So I could slow down one of my Seekers. I would be okay with that. Mithru Elva looks interesting. I do have an Elva. I have a Ruella. These are fast speeds. Seeker I could slow down to 188. Elva's only running at 244 here, which is on the slow side. Is this fully affinity friendly? Oh, I've got the information. Or I think I've got. There we go, Demon. All right. I need people to shout at me when I get distracted by stuff like this. Since you're the only one I can hear, that means you. When I say people, I mean you. Yeah. All right. So give me a little bit of a rundown of what you would like to see me do on your account. Are there things that you're specifically hoping for? And also send the 2-factor authentication code when you can. All right, so right now, son, Demon King can't hear me. Yeah, but did we deafen him or did he deafen himself? Okay. Demon King also wants a good clan boss team. So Demon King, if you can, you want to unmute me in Discord and mute me in the stream. That way there won't be like a 2 or 3 second lag for you, and it'll be a little bit easier for you to hear. Okay, fair enough. All right, so let's log in here. Hopefully it won't take too long. You're hearing me there. Okay. If that's what you prefer, game the way you want to game. It's not a big deal. It's really up to you. If that's fine, if you'd rather hear me on the stream, that's fine. It's just there'll be a couple of second lag there. So if I have to ask you a question, it'll be a little bit slower. Or if you wanted to ask me a question, it'll take me a couple, it'll be a couple extra seconds before I hear it. We're waiting for the launch. So this is like just barely workable right now. This play and play thing that's going on with my computers. Just there we go. It's launching. Let's see. All right. Dad of Demon King. You got Forge Pass weekly challenges going on. Okay. All right, so you're looking for a clan boss team here. Let's see what you've got going on. Let's jump into the clan boss. And Dad of Demon King here is 2 key. Looks like in Nightmare, 2 key Nightmare, 31 million. So not quite a 2 key Nightmare. Then do you also do Brutal? Looks like you're just saving up your keys. You've got a 3 key Nightmare going on. Let's check out your team. Oh, you've got a mythic. You got 2 mythics. You've got 2 mythics. All right, well, this is going to be interesting. I don't have any mythics, man. I don't know necessarily what to tell you. I'll take a look at these champions and see, what we can do here. But okay, so you've got a Geomancer, a Deacon, an Apothecary, and a Kale. All right. So the good news is here you're going for speed, which I like. I'm not entirely sure. Is there a reason why you don't have Deacon in Elite? I mean, I know that this ally HP in all battles is 35%. Like, I know that that's decent, but speed is really king here. So I'm curious as to if you've tried it both ways and you've just found that the HP is better, gives you more extra turns, and that's enough to cover up for the extras, like the loss of speed. Or if you are just doing that because that's the big aura and it just feels really powerful. Because the first thing I would do is I would experiment and swap those leads and see what happened. So do we have a key to run? We do have a key to run. But let me go ahead and look at these champions here so I can see what they do. Well, at least the mythic, because I don't know the mythics that well. Okay, so Frolny, the Mechanist, he is cool looking. Sorry, I just realized I lost the chat there. Where are you? There you are, Demon King. Okay, great. Do 3 key Nightmare for HP lead. Just tried HP only. You can use my key, sir. Okay, we'll do. Thanks. All right, so let's take a look at this champion. So A1 2 times. Each hit increases this champion's defense by 5%. So again, this is another place where speed can help. Speed is more hits, which means more defense more quickly. He does damage based on defense. So that means an accelerating damage amount, you know, by adding more speed. Okay, the A2 balances the HP of all allies. Okay, so that's a bit of a support skill. A3 is ally protection and unkillable on this champion. Shield on all allies with less than 50% HP. And it's proportional to this champion's defense. So obviously you want to push defense, not HP, on this champion. That makes sense. And then what's the passive? When attacked, reflects 80% of this champion. 80% of the damage this champion receives back to the attackers. Debuffs placed on this champion decrease their producer's accuracy by 10%. 80% reflect damage is insane. That is absolutely insane. That's crazy amounts of damage. All right, let's go ahead and transform the champion. A1 ignores 5% of the target's defense for each buff. That's nice. So we want buffs. Steals 2 buffs from target enemy. Damage of this skill increases by 30% if this champion's max HP is higher than each target's max HP. That won't happen here. Passive, this champion's crit damage is increased by 1% for every 1,000 HP they have. Increases this champion's max HP by 20% and speed by 20 whenever this champion kills an enemy, which won't happen here. So you're running at 75,000 HP, so you're getting 75% additional crit damage. Okay. This guy feels pretty good. But the thing is, you also have Arbase the Stonethorn. Now, I don't know that much about these champions, but she's got the biggest speed aura in all battles in the game at 25%. This is the biggest like boost to speed you can get in Clan Boss, because it must be an all battles aura for Clan Boss to apply. Like Dungeons doesn't work, you know, Arena doesn't work, whatever. It has to be all battles. So this is a huge speed boost potentially here. And then this champion, I don't know that she's necessarily better in terms of dealing damage, but she increases the turn meters of all allies by 30%, increase attack, increase accuracy. So you get additional turn meter here. 30% fill is big. Increase attack could be big depending on your damage dealers. You're doing the reflect damage right now, and you've got Geo and Frolny doing the reflect damage. So those are definitely, you know, like I get it. I get what you're doing here. But, you know, you could go with an increased attack as well. That would help a little bit, but the turn meter fill would help. And then in the, let's see, the passive. Yeah, I don't think the passive plays. The alternate form. Continuous heals. We get leech and HP burn. You get a taunt. Taunt could really help because a taunt makes you the stun target. So you can just know where that's going to land. And that makes you more likely to go affinity friendly, because it doesn't matter what the affinity is. If a champion has a taunt up, the clan boss targets them. When attacked, places also decreases the damage taken by all allies from skills by 20%. This champion will receive that damage instead. So she's going to be a tank and extend the life of your team. And then obviously she needs to be survivable. So this may be down the road. And like, I know you're at three key nightmare right now. So down the road it's just like, we're looking at ultra nightmare. This may be a better champion to bring in here for ultra nightmare. Potentially you can bring her and keep Trollney. There's, we're not saying you have to pull him out, but you want to look at the rest of the team and say, what are we doing? Maybe we put her in the place of Apothecary, right? She's got the turn meter fill. She doesn't have the increased speed buff, but she's got the turn meter fill that's larger. It's 30%. His is 15%. So maybe that balances out. You've got the speed aura. That's going to give you more speed overall. So potentially pull Apothecary, put her in, keep your other champions there, and see what that does for you. Now let's see how she's built. Okay, so you're getting her there. She's at 165 speed, which is not super fast. How are we doing on silver? 90,000 silver. So nothing I can do with your silver. Got 90,000 silver. So yeah, I would consider swapping her out of the accuracy gear. Let's see, how many debuffs does she have? Leech and HP burn, you need accuracy for. The decreased speed when it plays, you'll need accuracy for. The block active skills, you'll need accuracy for. I would get her out of accuracy gear and put her in all perception gear. Even 5-star perception gear is going to give you, additional speed here. That'll be an extra way to get her faster. Obviously you're rolling speed and accuracy. You're looking for speed and accuracy, which is good. I mean, that's where you should be looking. You've got defensive percentage and HP percentage here. So you're building her tanky just the way you should. You got speed boots. Like your gear choices are fine. But what I'm saying is if you can, in the long run, graduate her from accuracy sets to perception sets, you'll get the same accuracy plus additional speed. Plus you just get so much more perception than you do accuracy. So that's something that you could consider moving towards. Now, you got Dracomorph. Dracomorph has weaken and decreased defense. So you have a decreased defense right now. Do you have a weaken? I don't think you have a weaken. I don't think this guy has a weaken, right? And nobody else does. But you have the decreased defense. You've got some poisons. You've got that reflect damage. Actually, yeah, never mind. You do have the weaken. Geomancer. I forgot about Geomancer for a second. You have the Geomancer, so you have the weaken and the decreased defense. So you don't necessarily need to go for Dracomorph. Uragrim's nice. Let's take a whole look at all of this. Malekith extends buffs. Ooh, Kymar in the vault. Wow, that kind of hurt. Kind of hurt to see. I haven't pulled my Kymar yet on my main. Kymar sitting in the vault. I mean, sometimes you just keep them there. I get it. I'm not making fun of you. For me, wanting a Kymar for over 2 years and not being able to pull a Kymar and then seeing him in somebody's vault, that just hurts. That's all that is. I mean, you gotta organize your champions the way you want. I'm not saying you shouldn't. Yeah, I mean, you're booking him, so where are you going to use him? He's got intimidating presence, so he's going to be an arena champion for you. That's awesome. Yeah, okay. All right, so just looking at what we've got here, I do think long-term, our base probably is going to be your best speed lead there. And then, you're looking at, so this is the one downside here. For her to use this skill, she needs to be in this form. And in this form, she has the taunt. and the leech and the HP burn. So this is the tank form, right? And then this other form is the turn meter, increase attack, and increase duration of ally buffs and remove all buffs from all enemies. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe you do because you've been running this. I have no idea how mythics tune. I don't know how they tune. I don't know how to use the AI for them. So that's going to be tricky. You know, like in the sense that how do we get them to transform at specific times? Can we, you know, force them to transform when we want in certain rounds of the clan boss? Like, because she's going to have to switch back and forth. And then obviously this is on a 4-turn cooldown, but you get the extra turn. So it's really on a 3-turn cooldown. Or is it? I don't know, because maybe when you switch over to the other one, like this skill is technically a different skill and has its own cooldown. I don't know how that works yet. I have none of those champions. So I don't know how to speed tune this. So it may be that for the time being, you're just going untuned. And that's okay. Like, that's fine. He said, you can sell all my accessories. You can swap my apothecary gear, sir. Weekend is done by Geo. You only use Frolny in the second form. Okay. So let's look. I just want to look at his first form then. So what are we losing if we only use him? Well, this A1 increases his defense, right? Which, does his second form? No, his second form does damage based on HP, so it doesn't matter. It would make him more survivable, but. So you're losing the ally protection, the shield. But if you're using him in the second form, you're losing the reflect damage, right? Because the reflect damage is only in the first form. So I think if you want to use him, you should, like, if you're only going to use him in one form. Oh, is this the first form? Do I have them backwards? Is this the first form or the second form? I don't. This is the first form. Yeah, okay. So ally protection is the second form, and you only use him in the second form. Okay. I gotcha. So you have the ally protect and you have the reflect damage. Gotcha. Okay. That's my bad. See, I'm still learning about these guys. All right. So let's go over here. You're saying I can sell all your accessories. Let's see if you have accessories to sell. I honestly don't know about. Yeah, we're not going to get enough silver for you to like do any significant regearing. I wouldn't worry about your gear. Like right now, I would not worry much about regearing these champions because it looks like you're building them the right way. So it's going to be a matter of like, you want to accumulate gear. You want to get them to the right places. You could potentially swap some pieces depending on what your priorities are. But like, you know, you're doing what you can do at the moment. You're getting your accuracy on your accuracy champs. You're getting your speed on your speed champs. You know, I'm looking at, you know, relatively good gearing practices here. You have, you know, HP percent gauntlets on your RTAC, which is what you should have. You have a lot of speed on them, which is what you should have. You have a lot of HP on them, which is what you should have. You seem to be gearing properly. Obviously, you don't have enough gear. You know, that's just life. Like in raid, you always need more gear. I'm not too highly concerned about your gear. As you progress, you'll accumulate more gear. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing fine with the gear. But let's go ahead and look at your clan boss team. So this team right now feels to me like I'm just going to pull Apothecary. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to pull Apothecary. I'm going to put her in the lead. And I'm just curious what happens. I don't even know what's going to happen here. But we've got 2 reflect damage champions. We may have to manual his transformation. I don't know if he's just going to transform back and forth or if maybe we have to do a team setup. Maybe we have to do that. Let's go ahead and do this. So let's do this, and this, right? Actually, let's get Deacon in the front here. Do that, and that. All right, and then let's go ahead and get here. Say, now I forget what We want her to use her turn meter. And then what does she use here? Continuous heals and the taunt. Okay. So I'm just going to let her go. But let's go ahead and open with the metamorph. And then when we get here, we'll turn the metamorph off, I think. So he just won't switch back, right? He will switch once and he'll never switch again. And that should work. Now for Geo, you want to open with the HP burn. Let's see what happens here. I'm just curious. I mean, the same thing we did last time was more speed. So this will be cool to watch because I've never actually seen these champions do this. But so you get that increased attack out there. That's going to help Kale, but and I guess Deacon a little bit. Maybe Arbaeus a little bit. But that's really what's going to happen there. We might want to actually turn off like some of these skills. That could be a thing that we do, like, you know, moving forward. So I think that your key. What was your key? Your key was around like 15 million or something, 16 million. I think that's where we were. We were shy of a 2 key, but you're getting the 3 key. So you're over the 13 million barrier, but you haven't gotten to the 20 million barrier. So you're somewhere between 13 and 20 million. So it's 15 or 16 is what I'm guessing. It's on Blue Affinity, it's 20. On Void, it's 15. Okay. So we're on Blue Affinity. So you can potentially get 20 here just the way you are. All right. So again, you know, going with that speed, that extra 24%, is it 24% or 25%? That's a huge speed aura. That's going to help you get more turns. Now, the thing about more turns for this particular composition, which is a little bit strange, is that you don't get more reflect damage, right? Because you only get reflect damage when you're hit. So that's not going to be multiplied by speed. However, the damage that you do in terms of War Master procs or Giant Slayer procs, the damage you do in terms of poisons, obviously the more poisons and HP burns you get out there, the better off you are. So, you know, poisons and HP burns also tick only when the boss goes. But if you can go faster, you can potentially fill up the debuff bar more. So if you're not maxing out the debuff bar, more speed will help your poison damage and help your HP burn damage. Now, this could be one of the reasons why you had the Apothecary in here, because it looks like sustain might be an issue. Like, this Kale might die at some point. He was taking a lot of damage, and we're only 13 rounds in, or 13 boss turns in. But the potential revive on death there, he didn't heal off of that at all. So he's not in lifesteal gear, but he'll pop back up, which is nice. Now, do you usually just end up with your mythic, like Frolny or whatever, just going up against the boss by himself for 5 turns? Is that what happens? Okay. Yeah, so Geo and Frolny end up doing damage towards the end. We're getting that revive on death kind of nicely there. The fact that Kale isn't getting any heals, I mean, one, we're not landing our leech from Deacon Armstrong because he's weak affinity. And then 2, you know, Kale's not in lifesteal gear. Not that you need him necessarily in lifesteal gear, but that could extend his life by quite a bit. And you were saying 20 is your best, 20 million is your best key, but otherwise it's 16 to 19 against this affinity. But let's hope we get to at least 16, right? Every time. That's, I think, the 3rd time Kale's come back there, which is great. More poison damage. Okay. Well, we should get to the 16 all right. The question is, do we start to die here? I don't want you to get wiped out and waste your key. Well, I guess it's okay. We'll get you, because you didn't get a 2 key today, did you? You got, this will be your third key here. 17 million. Okay, so right around normal. So this didn't increase your damage at all. Ah, gotcha. Okay, so Demon King says, I needed an arena nuker, so I changed Kale for the arena. All right, so I'm just looking at this right now. Now, Geo is doing 8.4 million damage. Frolny is only doing 2.6. Now, that's really interesting because he should be reflecting damage and doing a lot of damage, but he's not. So that's interesting. Why is he not matching Geomancer's damage? His reflect damage should be higher than Geomancer's reflect damage. Now, again, I'm not an expert on these champions, but if I'm looking at these champions, right, if we look at Geo, whenever this champion is attacked, deflects 30% of the damage instead. When deflecting damage on each enemy hit, has a 30% chance of dealing additional damage equal to 3% of the target's max HP. So that must be it. It's the 3% of the target's max HP, which is increasing the overall damage. So even though our base is doing a reflect damage, where is it? When attacked, reflects 80% of the damage this champion receives back to the attacker, right? This is one, I think it's mitigated damage. So he's taking so little damage, he's not reflecting a ton back. And then the second thing is he's not doing that percent damage, like that percent HP damage that Geomancer is doing. He only did 2 million damage, which is not a lot for what you're doing. When you're pulling down 17 million and he's only doing 2%, that's telling me he's not a great damage dealing champion here, either built the way he is or maybe just because he's not. And he definitely helped the team. Like there were definitely times where he helped sustain the team. So maybe that's just his deal. But potentially, right, we could pull him as a damage dealer and start looking at somebody else. Now here you have Uragrim, who does poisons on the A1. It's got a cleanse here on the A2 and has additional poisons and continuous heals on the A3. So this champion is going to give you some heals and a cleanse and a lot more poisons. You know, so potentially somebody like this could actually be better than Frolny the Mechanist in your Demon Lord Clan Boss team. Now, like I said, I'm not an expert here on the mythicals. I don't have a mythical and I'm not likely to get this champion. But when I'm just looking at the numbers, it feels like unless he's sustaining your team substantially, unless he's really extending the life of your team by, 5 to 10 turns or longer, he might not be the champion you need in this composition. Now I liked what Arbeus did. We noticed that she came, she brought Kale back 3 times. So that obviously helped because he didn't have sustain. So she got that, she got some turn meter. It was kind of hard. I mean, there was a lot going on there to watch both champions and really figure out what was going on. But the continuous heals, the taunts, we didn't really have leeches up there. We didn't have leeches from her, and she was strong affinity. So I don't know if she wasn't using this skill or just that she uses it so infrequently it's not up enough. Or maybe she doesn't. Does she have the accuracy to land it? She does. She has 200 accuracy. So actually, no. At Nightmare, you need 225, I think. So that could be an issue. She didn't change into the second form? Okay, I wasn't watching everything that was going on there. So maybe it's just that, we have to add more AI into this in order to like figure her out and get her to turn into the second form. I mean, her first form is great. With the turn meter fill, but really that's the only thing that we need from the first form. So if they don't change forms during the fight, that's something they're not going to do other than once. If you can just force them to change once and you can't force them to change back, or you can force them to change back, but it's kind of like they just keep swapping back and forth. And you can't control their, I don't know. I don't know how that works. It seems like you could. It seems like you could. If you just make sure that they always use it when it's on cooldown, they will always switch back and forth, and then you can prioritize the skills of that form. So, but you may have to force them to do it. They may not do it on their own. Then we could get that leech up, that HP burn up. The issue with the HP burn, of course, is we don't want to mess with Geo's HP burn. So if he doesn't have his HP burn up, so maybe you don't want this skill used. Yeah. So what we said there is, it's good though I don't have masteries on our base. That's true. You don't have any masteries on her, so that could get you a lot more damage there. I'm always looking for ways to get faster. I'm always looking for ways to get faster. So, you know, when I look at your champions, like, oh, we didn't think about this, right? You obviously have, you could put an amulet on this guy. You don't necessarily, this is why you don't have an amulet on this guy. There's nothing really good here. But you could put like this HP resistance or this HP defense one there. At least, you know, temporarily, it'll give you a little bit of a boost. Your Deke's at 202. You got a blessing here you can get on him, so you could find some space for that. Yeah. So I think the team looks good. I think Apothecary is good. You have Phantom Touch there, and you have Giant Slayer. So potentially if we put, you know, if we pulled out Frolny the Mechanist, let's say we pulled out Frolny the Mechanist and we put Apothecary in, right? That's a little bit of sustain. That's a bit more speed, another turn meter fill, another increase, an actual increase speed buff. With the aura, now you're going a lot faster. That means more poisons. That means more debuffs. That means more HP burns. That means more War Masters, you know, and Giant Slayers. Maybe that's a team that goes. But as far as getting to Ultra Nightmare without a speed tune is very tricky. I did it. I did it on my main. And I did it because I had Cardiel. And I had Ninja. So Cardiel brings an ally attack, and that just increases all your damage. And then I had a Ninja, and I had a Valkyrie. So I had a counter attack and an ally attack and a Ninja. So I was able to go, you know, about 27 to 30 turns and get my 3-key Ultra Nightmare that way. So you can do it. You can absolutely do it. And these Mythic champions look so cool. They're really fun. So I understand wanting to run them in the clan boss. But I would experiment. I would pull your Frolny out. Once you get some of these other champions fully mastered and fully built out. Yeah, so in this case, because you were looking for an arena nuker, you remastered. I'm assuming you remastered Kale into Helm Smasher. So he should probably, you know, at this point, maybe you should consider pulling him out of the team, because without that War Master, whatever you're getting from his poisons, you're probably giving away on, you know, the War Master, the lack of a War Master. So then, you know, potentially you bring Urgrim in for him. Maybe that helps you keep the team going. I don't know. Urgrim is so good. He's so good for clan boss. A1 poisons, A3 poisons, continuous heals, cleanses, more heals, ally speed in all battles. He's void affinity. He won't weak hit. Really one of the best epics in the game for clan boss. So, you know, you can potentially bring him in. You got Petrifia, Rockroot. Decreased defense, decreased attack, poisons, poison sensitivity. But yeah, I would experiment. I would, this guy is phenomenal. Obviously is phenomenal, but I don't think his reflect damage is doing as much as I thought it would. You know, only 2 million damage there on a 17 million damage key. So consider pulling him. If he's not sustaining your team by several turns, he's not increasing your damage enough, and you should go with maybe another damage dealer or another speed champion like Apothecary. Let's see how we did overall. How did we do over here? Yeah, 48 million. Have you tried Ultra Nightmare yet? You missed Ninja. Yeah, Ninja's OP. I don't talk about him much because nobody can get him again. So, but that's how I was able to get to Ultra Nightmare. When I had that combination of champions. No Ultra Nightmare still. Okay, you haven't tried it yet to see what your damage is. Okay. Yeah, so obviously, the goal here on Nightmare is 20 million a key on all affinities. And you're not far, and you're building the right way. But I would say the same thing to you at Nightmare, as I was just talking about, when we were talking about like the last takeover, which was at hard, I think, right? Was it? We were trying to get to hard. We were going from normal to hard, which is speed is the universal multiplier, right? So the more speed that you can get, especially if you're not speed tuned, if you are not speed tuning, if you just can't speed tune, or you're unwilling to speed tune, or you don't have the champions to put into an actual speed tune, what you need to do is you need to say, just push speed on everybody. 100% uptimes on debuffs. That's what you need, right? 100% uptime on buff, or like the more uptime you can get for when the boss actually hits you, the better off you are. More War Master procs, more Giant Slayer procs, more poisons, more HP burns, all of those things. And like I said, it's a little bit tricky with your comp because you're doing a reflect damage comp, but just think of that as bonus damage, right? That is the bonus damage that Geo gets when he gets smacked, but he still does HP burns. He can still do direct damage. You can still have everybody moving faster. This guy's running at 188. That's okay. It's not bad, but imagine what kind of damage he would do at 250. You're looking at Deacon, who's a 201. If he's your fastest champion, if you want him as your fastest champion, he should be running at 250. Right now, granted, that's going to take a while to grind up that gear, get the substat rolls, nice triple roll into speed on a 4-star piece. That's both lovely and unfortunate. And like you're doing all the right things. You just need to keep grinding the gear, get better speed rolls, glyph everything out once you get it. Apothecary's your fastest, 276. That's very nice speed. That's where your Apothecary needs to be. And, he's built well. So, yeah. But so Apothecary fast, our base stones fast, get her to 6 stars, get her ascended, get that banner, get an extra, 15 speed on her, swap over to the perception sets. That'll give you another 15 speed here. Now, all of a sudden you're talking about, instead of 170, you're talking about 200, maybe 205, right? Glyph her out. Now you're talking about 215, 220. That's where she needs to live, right? She should be at 220 plus. So, a speed champion like Apothecary eventually, he's basically where he needs to live. 276, 280, that's great. Maybe you could get a little bit more speed on him. Deacon, though, should be up 250, 260. And I'm not saying right now. Like I said, you're doing great. I'm not saying you've been neglecting speed. I'm saying those are your goals, right? So keep pushing these speeds. And the faster you get in Clan Boss, the more damage you'll do with an untuned team. The reason tuned teams can run so slow, and some of them can run really slow, is because they're timed. It's like a metronome in music, right? It's like a beat. It's like, okay, so we know exactly when everybody's hitting, and those moments are chosen based on the cooldowns and the speed of the team around them to create a team that can not only maximize the benefit of all of its skills, like its buffs, its debuffs, and whatever, but also to minimize the impact of the Clan Boss going, because we know exactly when the Clan Boss goes. So we time it to that metronome, and we're just like, yeah, we got all our skills up. We're cruising. It's great. But if you can't do that for whatever reason, then just go as fast as humanly possible. And also, max out the rest of your, masteries. And, definitely consider moving Kale out now. If he's your arena damage dealer, which, by the way, if you need one, you need one. That's a call, right? He can do a great job in arena. So then you need to start thinking about moving somebody else in here. By the way, you have another champion here, Seeker, who's also great with turn meter boosting and can really help you in Clan Boss. So if you're trying to go really, really fast, he's actually even better than Apothecary. Get him to 278 speed, put him in a relentless set, get him just going as fast as you can possibly do. He will fill the turn meter of your team over and over and over again and just get you more damage. You'll want him in not Giant Slayer. You want him with War Master. And then typically I usually go offense and support, but you can even go defense on him if you want, especially if you want counterattacks or anything like that. But yeah, go fast. You're lacking resources for 6-starring. Aren't we all? Well, I'll tell you one resource you're not lacking, which is energy. You've got 1,438 energy here. You know, you've got some mystery shards. So you're going to pull some mystery shards, get some champions running. You'll get more 6-stars. You're doing fine on the 6-stars. How many do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? You have 8 6-stars. And where are you? Level 55? You're right on track. You're doing awesome. You're saving for a 3 times speed. Gotcha. I wouldn't. Unless is the 3 times speed like tomorrow? Let me see. It's coming up Friday. Yeah, so you're a day and 14 hours away. Honestly, depending on how much you play, I would burn all of this energy. I would burn all of it. Go after the Savage gear. You're going to want Savage gear. Or burn it in Dragon anyway. Here's the thing. You get 8 refills of energy a day passively. Right? So, okay, that's fine. You don't have a team for Fire Knight. That's fine. But this 125, right? Basically, you're getting an energy every 3 minutes. You're getting 1 energy back every 3 minutes. So when you are over the limit, you're giving away 1 energy every 3 minutes. 20 energy an hour, 24 hours, you're giving away 480 energy. So it's not 8 refills. I don't know where that came from. Sorry about that. You're giving away 480 energy like a day. So over the next day and a half that you're waiting for this thing, you're giving away 700 energy. Over 700 energy. So, you know, if you could get use out of this, you were just talking about not having resources for 6-starring. Burn all this energy in campaign. Burn all of it in campaign. Get yourself a new 6-star, you know, and then you'll get below the maximum. You'll start regenning that energy. And then if you need extra energy, that's what these pots are for. That's what this stack is for. When you need to burn energy for a tournament, this is where you go. These are on 4-day cooldowns. Burn those. This one's on a 5-day cooldown. Burn that next, right? Hold on to the 99 days as long as you can for a fusion. But the 4 days, the 5 days, burn those when you need to burn hot. When you need a bunch of energy to complete, you know, 3 times speed gear or whatever, do that. Because between now and tomorrow, like, you're giving away 700 energy. And when you think about it, like, this is only 250 energy. Each of these is 125 energy. That's another 250. This is only 500 saved energy here. But between this 500 and that 700 that you're burning, now you've got 1,200 more energy for that tournament. Plus you're getting 480 every day. So, you know, it's a 2-day event. That's another 900, you know, almost 1,000 energy. So burn it, get your 6-stars. There you go. You said, I will burn that ASAP. Do it. In fact, do 100% campaign if you want. Remember what's going on right now, which is we have a Dungeon Divers event. Right? So this is the other thing you're missing out on. If you're holding on to your energy. What's that? Oh, the Fire Knight tournament is Demon Spawn only, and it is a turn meter tournament. Yeah, sure. And if you don't have a team for that, you don't have to do that. I'm not saying that you have to burn it there. What I'm saying is when you are over the energy cap, and this is for everybody out there, if you are over the energy cap, it is like giving away 20 energy an hour. And it doesn't matter if you're 1 point over or 1,000 points over, right? It's the same thing. So if I can't get this to load, I can't, come on, for the love of God. All right. But so, yeah, so if you're like, hey, I'm short on resources, how efficient with your energy are you being? Because right now, let's say you're like, all right, I know that there's a 3 times speed tournament coming up. I really want to do that one. And I want to get as much speed gear as possible. That's a good call. That's a really good call. That's a good plan. But if saving energy now means wasting energy that you won't have and you haven't put into your account, then you're giving away that resource. So it might feel like, well, I want to have like 5,000 energy for that tournament. That'd be nice. But if if you don't do anything for 2 days, if you don't play the game for 2 days or 3 days and you build up all that energy over that time, then now instead of double dipping or triple dipping into that tournament, it's a trade. You're giving away something to get something else. And while that's okay, right? We always do that. It's not optimal. What I would like to do is get as much as I could get in the meantime, and then still get my thing if I can, my speed gear or whatever. But that's where you burn gems. All right, I'm just going to jump out of this event page because it's going to drive me nuts. So that's where you burn your gems. That's where you burn your pots. That's where you burn your free auto battles. That's where you burn everything. You're like, I've got if my primary goal right now is speed gear, I will burn all of my resources for speed gear. Maybe not all of them. I'll burn a chunk. I'll set aside a chunk and I'll say, I'm going to burn 400 gems worth of extra energy here. All right, I got to close down this. This is annoying. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I would burn that energy, get another 6-star. Burn it in Minotaur, get more mastery scrolls. Burn that energy, burn all 1400 energy, and then burn the extra energy that comes back, every chance you can. If you're only logging in once a day and playing for like 2 hours or something, I get it. That's fine. That's going to happen. But if you can, log in 4 or 5 times a day and burn that energy, then you're going to get that refill, right? And if you have 120 energy and you completely burn it all down to 0, it's going to take 6 hours for it to come back. So realistically, you only have to log in 4 times a day, or you go to sleep and it's going to be longer than 6 hours, and that'll be a little bit of inefficiency there. But if you can get 80% of your free energy every day, that's over, call it 400 energy. You get 400 energy every day just from the passive refills. Like imagine that over the course of a month rather than just constantly sitting above, the limit. Okay. So I think we're going to call that one there, if that's okay with you, Demon King. Thanks for letting me play around with your mythics. That was fun. And yeah, and let us know how it goes. If you are, you're now a member of our Discord community. I don't know if you already were, but if you were, thanks for hanging out and give us an update on your clan boss team. See if that speed helps, and let us know what happens with the tournament when you go after all the speed gear. If you can find 20, 30 extra speed on each of those champions, that might be your 2 key right there without any other changes. Or swap over that perception gear from that accuracy gear. That might be enough by itself if you can find the right pieces. So make sure you're doing faction crypts and getting your perception gear. You are very welcome. You want help with the Fire Knight team? I'm sorry. Before starting, I used all my energy. So the Fire Knight team for what's currently going on is like a little bit tricky because it's a turn attack tournament, or it's an attack, whatever it's called. It's like you need minimal turns. So you need to beat a Fire Knight run. You need to do it in as minimal turns as you can, and you need to do it with Demon Spawn. It's a headache. I'm mad at Plarium for doing this. I wish they didn't do one or the other. Right? Do a faction specific composition like tournament, or do a turn attack based tournament. Don't do both. That's just mean. Like new players can't do that. I struggle enough with that on my main account, for some factions. Like when this triple speed comes out, if that tournament is like, I don't know, if it's Knights Revenant or something, I'm just going to be ticked. Because if I don't have the right team composition, it's going to take 7 minutes or 150 turns or whatever, and I'm going to have to burn through all this energy to get my speed gear. Or I'm going to have to not do the tournament and then not get the Wukong souls. So, all right, son, why don't we pull another name? And we'll see if we can get one more in here. Yeah, Demon King, you know what? Rather than do that on stream, why don't you just shoot me a picture of the roster again, and then DM me, and I'll give you an idea for a Fire Knight team. You got Apothecary, so that you're already on the way there. Apothecary's great, triple hitter, speed boost. That's good. We'll see who else you can get in there. I'm going to just jump into chat real quickly and see what people have been saying. Bill says only 2 reflectors reflect good damage, Geo and Brogni. The rest isn't throwing is throwing wet noodles at the enemy. Yeah, I know that Geo does that HP, like that extra HP percent on his reflect. And I know that's where the damage comes from, but I always forget. Like I look at the skill and I'm like, oh yeah, that's why it works so well. And then, you know, I'm like, well, Geo reflects, this guy reflects, reflect damage must be so good. And it's like, no, it's not really that great. It's only great if you have some kind of extra mechanic with that reflect. It can be great for Fire Knight if you don't have a turn meter control team, but otherwise, reflect damage is sort of a small skill. Let's see. Blue Mac asked why Relentless Gear? Relentless Gear on Seeker, I'm assuming, because Seeker has an extra turn mechanic and he fills turn meter for everybody. So the faster you can get him, the more you can fill the turn meter. The more extra turns you get, the more you can proc the Relentless set, the faster you can fill turn meter. Basically, it just synergizes really well. You can get him really, really fast, or you can get him as fast as you can in Relentless Gear. Both work well. You can't speed tune a Relentless set, but he's not speed tuning his clan boss. So that's why I was saying Relentless set, in case you just happen to have fast Relentless Gear. How'd we do? Who won? No way, Mr. Fudan. Wait. Has Mr. Fudan won before? Mister, have you won before? Now, Mr. Fudan is a buddy of our channel. He's in your clan. He's been hanging around, and we love Mr. Fudan. He's great. But have you won before? That's my question. Okay, you have not won before. I trust you. If I find out otherwise, though, we'll have words. Sun won't be able to protect you. You know what might have happened? Did you win one time when you were not on stream? Is that what happened? Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just making it up. I could be just making it up. But let's get Mr. in here. All right. Let's see. Let's get a new account going. Mr. Fudan, you need to send me your account information. Yeah, and what else did I say? I need your social security number and your credit card information, your bank account number, your home address, your mother's maiden name, and the first pet you ever had. I think I need the name of the first pet you ever had, and like your high school mascot. I think I need your high school mascot. What else do I need? City you were born in. Yep. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So you can just DM me all of that. That'd be great. Favorite teacher, his chart from a doctor. We need those. Yes, shout them out. Give me some ideas. What else do we need? I don't know. What are some other good, password security questions that you get asked? The name of your first grade teacher. Street you grew up on. That's a good one. Yeah, we called that out. Francis, you do not have to join a clan to get a takeover. No. Was that a serious question, or were you just joking around? Are you a robot? That's a good question. I don't know how you would send me the answer to that question, though. Especially if you were a robot. But I like that stuff. What is 8 plus 3? It's 83, isn't it? I thought that's what it was. You take an 8 and you add a 3, you get an 83. All right, here we go. Let's. If I get on this account and I see some of my handiwork already present. Uh-oh. That is not the email. That's not the correct email, unfortunately, Mr. Fidan. Let's try again. If you drive a Subaru backwards, what are you? You are a bus? For the security questions, I never actually answer the question and just use that space for additional passwords. Now that is some high quality password paranoia. I like that. That is good. I just use the space for additional passwords. Wow. That's great. I often do like non sequiturs, but I never thought about just straight up doing a new password. So, like the question will be like, what was the name of your first grade teacher? And I would just like answer the other question. What was the name of your first pet? Like I would do that. But it never occurred to me to just straight up make up like another password for those answers. All right, let's try that. All right, we got the new. Yep, that one worked. Waiting for your code. We got the 2-factor authentication. Live Wild. I got an email for you. Yeah, sure. I've got an account you can take over. Oof. How we doing here? You got the code yet? I don't give logical answers to questions, says the Fatal Virus. Oh, those questions. I just don't give logical answers to any questions. People are like, how you doing today? And I'm like, I don't even have an answer for that. How are you doing today? I would like a pizza. So Lumag, okay, thank you for answering the relentless question. Good. I'm glad that was the right question. That's what I thought it was. There used to be this thing, if you don't know about so the way that Seeker works, right? He gives himself an extra turn, just like Deacon Armstrong, and there are a bunch of champions that have extra turn mechanics. But what would happen on a champion like Seeker is, and his can go every other turn, so it's the fastest extra turn mechanic in the game. When you go the first time, the relentless set can proc. And then when you take the extra turn that the first turn gave you, the relentless set can proc. So you get 2 chances to get an extra turn before you actually get to that extra turn, and both can actually hit. And then if you hit twice, you would go based on the relentless extra turn, and then you would take the extra turn in his kit again, which would give you 2 more chances to get relentless procs. So you could actually stack up relentless procs faster than you could go. So when I first built my Seeker and Relentless, before they patched this, they eventually patched this, I would get like 8-9 turns. It was like, you know, a normal number of turns for him to go, like if he procced was like 4 or 5. But I would get 8 or 9 turns at like the maximum end. Probably one time I got 10. Now they nerfed that. So I think it's like after the second Relentless proc, you get diminishing returns or something. Like it's no longer 18%. It like drops down to 9 and then like 4 and then whatever. So now it's really hard to get more than like 4 or 5 turns. I think maybe in recent months, the most I've ever gotten is 6. But so that was crazy. All right, we got the code. Yeah, you're fine, Mr. Fudan. That's all right. We're all good. I got you. But yeah, so at some point they were like, oh yeah, this is stupid when you have an extra turn mechanic that is this fast. And so they nerfed the way I think they nerfed the way Relentless works. I don't think they changed Seeker at all. And the reason they nerfed Relentless, when you think about it, which makes sense, is because there are a lot of champions with that extra turn mechanics, and they didn't want to have to do this every time. So they just nerfed the set. So you can still get a crazy number of procs on Relentless, just not at the same rate that you used to. Gotta sort of pizza would come in handy. Yes, it would. All right, we are launching, by the way. I have the code. I put it in. We're launching. So, Mr. Fudan, while you're here, why don't you go ahead and tell me what it is that you would like me to work on this account? Here we go. I like the new splash art, by the way. That is a cool splash art with the Mythic Champions. If you tell me Clan Boss, I'm gonna no. Yeah, let me know what you want to look at. So here we are. This is a level 84 account. So this is a bit higher. Let's go ahead and look at the roster while Mr. Fudan decides what he wants me to take a look at. You've got a well-built Yannicka here in a Relentless set with Soul Reap. But she's not booked or fully masteried. What are you doing to me? If you're going to go this hardcore into a Yannicka, this might be a new build. I shouldn't be shouting at you. You might just be on your way to building this. But yeah, sometimes when you get like a +1 champion, you're like, oh, I wasn't going to build her, but now she's +1. I might as well build her. You never know. You're looking at Fire Knight 25. Okay, let's take a look at your Fire Knight team. I like Fire Knight. Fire Knight's fun. You are at 20. And you said, I think I need stage 25 Fire Knight. He thinks he needs stage 25 Fire Knight. Yeah, okay. You got no energy for me. Let me see if I can get some energy from somewhere else before I start using up your pots. I can't get it from there. What about here? We got some energy over here. We got 50 energy. I'll take that 50 energy. Okay. All right, so let's go. Let's see if we can get a stage 25 Fire Knight. Okay, so you were doing the Demon Spawn. This is a great team, by the way, for Demon Spawn, and you were able to do. This is impressive. You were able to do stage. You weren't able to do stage 20 with this. This is just a hangover from somewhere else. You were doing like stage 13 or something, right? Because I don't think your level 40 Diabolist is going to be fast enough to do that. You did stage 13. That makes sense. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and pull this. Let's see what you've got here in terms of teams. Do you have a Fire Knight? You've got the Fire Knight team here. You've got stage 18 Fire Knight here. Okay. All right, let's just take a look at the roster. All right. We've got some champions to pull from here. We've got some champions to pull from. I'm seeing Artak. There's Rhonda. There's Wukong. I'm not seeing a Newt, so you didn't do the Newt fusion. because he is a Fire Knight 25 solution by himself. That dude's insane. But all right. We got some things to work with. We've got a fully built out Vizix. She's got low accuracy. So for stage 25, you need about 275 accuracy. Let me double check that. I'm going to double check that. So I think for dungeons, you need about 11 accuracy per stage. It's not exact, and it's not like every time is 11. You know, it's sort of like over time. So I'm just going to go over here just to show you what I'm doing. At Hell Hades, I just come over here, go to the Raid Stages tool. It's right down here. Just pick a dungeon. Let's go to Fire Knight's Castle. Select stage 25 normal. Scroll down here and it tells you the accuracy you need. So the accuracy you need here for stage 25 would be 3. No, I'm sorry. This accuracy you need is opposite the resistance. So this is the boss's resistance, and this is the accuracy we need to overcome that resistance. So it's 225. That feels really low. Am I on stage 25 or stage 20? What do we need on stage 20? 225. It doesn't go up between stage 20 and 25. I feel like they made a mistake there. Let me check Dragon. Let's do stage 20 normal. And that's 225. And then let's do stage 25 normal. That also says 225. Do they not get increasing resistance? Is this a different 350? Let's look at this. The other stats change. So maybe they just don't get increased resistance in between 20 and 25. That's the first time I've ever seen that. I feel kind of silly. Okay, so you only need 225. All right, so Vizix is close. Does she have accuracy masteries? Yeah. But she's not fully, she doesn't have this one. She does have, okay, not full mastery yet. Let's see. He says, I do not have nuked. Thanks for reminding. All right, I'm going to do a little search here. Let's include all of our champions, and we're going to look for turn meter decreases. Negative effects, decrease turn meter. Seal of the Drakes, Vizix. You have a fully built Hern, Dave. He's not booked. He does have this 100% turn meter depletion, but it's on a 6-turn cooldown. So if you don't have him booked, it's not fast enough. That's like this Razin, right? He's got this A3, which is on a 6-turn cooldown when it is booked. That's even worse. So neither one of those guys. Actually, so Gintoro is not a champion I have, but he has 100% turn meter steal, right? Yeah, okay. So that's on a 4-turn cooldown. It can get down to a 3-turn cooldown. So this guy can be great. He's only got a single hitter. He does have a decrease in a weaken. Will attack 5 times instead of 1 on every 4th use of this skill against the same target in 1 round. That's kind of cool. Decrease speed. Decreases each target only with true. Okay. So right now what we're suffering from is a lack of multi-hitters. Is this your best cold heart? This is your best cold heart. And she's not built. This is your champion. You want a Fire Knight 25 team. Like, I don't even care about the reduction in terms of like the damage that she can do on her HP. You don't even care about that. She's got a 4-hitter on her A1. Break shields. 100% turn meter reduction on a 4-turn cooldown. Great. You might not even need her, honestly, because you might have enough. Royal Guard is really good too, by the way. He's got a slow on his A3, plus he reduces target turn meter up to 4 times. 75% chance, so that's really good. That's another champion if you're struggling with Fire Knight. This is a champion to build. These two champions are really nice. They both have max HP hits. There it is, enemy max HP hits. You can use them up to 20, but then even up to 25, they are phenomenal. A1 that steals turn meter. Yeah, we're struggling for multi-hitters here. We are struggling for multi-hitters. So what I'm looking at right now is I'm thinking, okay, let's say we did a Deacon lead. He's good. He's got a double hitter on his A1, right? He's got the turn meter decrease on his A3. He's got the ally speed in all battles, all things good. Let's go with the Sill of the Drakes. Now, she's got only a 1-hitter, but it has a decreased speed, and it has a 50% chance of decreasing target's turn meter by 50%. So not helping to break the shield, but helping to keep the shield down and giving you more opportunities to get around to that turn meter. We don't have to have her. If we don't have enough hits, we would probably switch her out. Vizix is a must. Double hitter, turn meter decrease. She's not booked. She's not fully masteried. She's got just barely enough accuracy. But this is a champ you cannot over-invest in. This is a phenomenal champion. She will be your Doom Tower solution for every boss and every floor, all the way up through floor 120 of hard mode. She's insanely good. She's insanely good, and she only gets better as your account progresses. So we need hits. We need multi-hitters. Maybe we have to bring in Razin. He's got a triple hit on his A1. He's got the decreased defense and weaken, which will help a little bit. And he's got the turn meter decrease on his A3, which is not enough. It's not enough, but maybe we need the triple hitter just to break. Let me see the rest of the champions. So let's get away from turn meter decrease. I don't think we can see multi-hitters. That's not something that we can factor here, unfortunately. Here's a triple hit. AoE provoke is going to help you with the waves. Nope. This could work. He's a double hitter. Weaken. Double hitter has a chance for a third hit. Attacks all enemy, decreases the turn meter of all targets by 30%. This effect cannot be resisted. On a 3-turn cooldown, that might be decent. Ninja's got a 3-hitter on his A2. Leopteryx doesn't. She's an AoE damage dealer. Suzerain Cantone is an AoE damage dealer. I think he does have the debuffs, which is nice. Urticata with the speed boost. She's got a lot of hits. So we could bring her in. And we've got an ally attacker. Ally attack may actually solve our problem. And we've got a seeker. 2 hits with the extra turn. This is tricky. Honestly, this is tricky. Like, you're really close and we could try a few different things. But one of the things that we're going to have to consider, and this is going to be kind of interesting, is we have to get to 25. So we have to go through every affinity on the way there. And then we have to land at Spirit Affinity. So there's a team that, like, for instance, we want Magic Affinity champions like Seeker's great at stage 25, but Seeker's going to be not great at stage 24, right? So we need a team to beat every affinity on the way up. It could be the same team. It could be multiple teams. So let's get in here to stage 21 and let's see if we can mess around and find something that's going to work. I'm absolutely bringing Vizix in, and I'm bringing Deacon in. Now she's got a slow. Vizix has a slow as well. So you can use her slow. You don't need another slow champion, which is why we could potentially leave Scylla the Drakes out. So he would be the speed lead. The question is, let's say we go with the ally attack setup. Let's just try that. Okay, so now, right now, right, we're going, this is a double, this is a double, this is everybody attack except for him. So however many attacks we have from everybody else. We need something to keep us alive through the waves or get us through the waves and have that work. Let's look at your Arbiter for a second. Two-hitter, turn meter fill. Let's bring in, we're going to bring in one wave champion, and we're going to bring in Seeker. Where's your Seeker? Sparring pit. Let's bring in your Seeker. And then we need somebody other than Vizix to do wave damage. We have no sustain on this team. All right, let's try this. No weak affinities, right? No force champions. We've got 2 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits, 1 hit, 1 hit, which is not a lot. But if we can get the ally attack to break the shield, we don't need anything else because we got all. This is what we need to do here. Sorry. We need to put this at the end. Yeah. Because we want that ally attack hit to drop turn meter. So having Vizix all the way at the end means the shield will be broken, hopefully before she hits, and she'll get some turn meter drop on this. This is going to be wonky. I don't know if this is going to work. Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and manual. Let's go ahead and manual. At least Vizix is fast. Either that or Deacon is slow. We do not have much damage here. Not that it matters. Whatever. Let's auto. I can't do it. I'll manual the end of the second wave here. But you know, you've got stuns from Scylla the Drakes. This is going to help you with the waves. She's also going to give you sustain, and she'll give you a revive in case anybody dies during the waves. We don't want Vizix to die, obviously. Vizix is our key. Without Vizix, this team does not work. Now, if you had an Allure in place of Vizix, this could work on this affinity, right? Allure would be great. But without an Allure, the Vizix is the second best turn meter control champion in the game, and she's all around, she's better than Allure. She does a lot more. She has an AoE provoke, she has an ally protect, she has an AoE slow. She's just crazy good champion, and she's void affinity, and she doesn't need to crit, right? Because Allure needs to crit in order to land her A1 turn meter decreases, and Vizix just lands them if she has the accuracy. So she's easier to build for the same job. Allure will reduce more turn meter and is potentially, better for that one thing, and it has a triple hit on the A1 for the Fire Knight, so potentially could be better there. But this team, the thing that we don't want to ruin here, so if you do this in the AI, you don't want to use this ally attack, except maybe on the very first opening go of the round. So I'm going to use it here, but then he can't use it again because he needs to come back around to that cooldown, because that's what we're going to use to break the shield and get the initial turn meter decrease on the boss. So without that skill, if we don't have that skill off cooldown, we're not going to break the shield. We're going to get hit. We're going to get slowed. We don't have a cleanse. It's going to be all sorts of bad things. Let's go ahead and get that slow out there. And everybody, yeah, we can throw the stun out. You don't care about the stun against the boss. You want Scylla Drakes to use nothing but her A1. So you have that. I don't know. I didn't check the accuracy on your Scylla the Drake. So if she can't land her slow, we're also in trouble. because without that slow, we're not going to have enough turn meter control. Even with the slow, we may not have enough turn meter control. But if the boss gets 1 or 2 turns, that won't be awful because we do have Scylla the Drake's sustain. So as long as she can keep us alive, if this takes us a couple of rounds with the boss, that's okay. We have to worry about his heal. We don't have a decrease heal. So we do have to consider that. But in general, we can say, all right, you know, we have enough sustain on this team that it doesn't have to be a one-shot on the boss. Whoops, I forgot the turn meter fill there. It looks like Deacon does have the mastery, whatever that mastery is that gives you decreased turn meter on the first hit. So that means Deacon will add to our turn meter decrease potentially. Actually, he won't because he's the leader. So unfortunately, he won't reduce turn meter. One of the reasons I'm manualing here is just because we don't care about this stage. This is an intermediate stage. I'm just trying to get through here. I could see if it would work in full auto, but don't actually need it to work in full auto because as soon as I get past it, I'm just going to go into stage 22. Stuns. There we go. Little turn meter decrease there did play. She missed that one. Now, the other problem here is without Vizix booked, she's at 80%, right? For her A1 decreasing turn meter, it's 80% instead of 100%. So you need her booked on her A1 in order to get this 100%. So the good news is you have the champions, right? You got the Cold Heart, you've got the Royal Guard, you've got the Scylla the Drakes and the Vizix, you've got the Seeker. I mean, you've got tons of champions that can do work here. You know, you just need to get them booked out and working. Built up. Make sure you get the accuracy right. Just occurred to me that that microphone was kind of far away. Hello, everybody. It all of a sudden feels like I'm sitting in the chair next to you. Sorry about that. I was far away, and now I'm not. All right, so if you were doing this in the AI, you would want to make sure that you got here with all the cooldowns intact, and then you did this in a particular sequence. Now, Vizix is going before the ally attack, so we're just going to use her A1. So you want to make sure you know what the speed tune is. So she's going to double hit. Now, Deacon is going before the ally attack, so we want him to not do the turn meter decrease. So we're just going to do an A1, 2 hits. Okay. Same thing with Scylla the Drakes. Farrakhan the Fat is not fast enough for this right now. Now we're going to do the ally attack. Okay, so now everybody will attack. They'll attack in their turn order. Farrakhan the Fat won't attack. But what should happen is we need 7 hits. We're going to get 7 hits exactly. So it should break the shield exactly. We won't get the slow out there, unfortunately. Yeah, so it broke exactly. And we got the turn meter decrease on the last hit because whatever hit breaks the shield can actually land its debuff. That's kind of nice. We get the turn meter fill. All right, so now here comes the question of the slow. Do we go with the slow or do we go with the turn meter decrease? And the truth is, if we go with the slow, he's going to get his shield up. But he'll then have the slow on it, which will make it easier to break the second time. So I think we're just going to do that. Realistically, it didn't land. That's unfortunate. That decrease did land. We got the... All right, let's see if we can get this slow. We didn't get either slow. All right, that's unfortunate. You don't want her to ever use her A3, so you can just turn that off in the AI. Ooh, we just got smoked. We did get a counterattack there, which was nice. That's going to help us break the shield this second time. But we don't have the ally attack now. But if Vizix can land some turn meter decrease. Nope. Can Deacon land some turn meter decrease? Yep. We got the slow, but are we going to die? All right. So now it gets tricky. We've got the slow. That's going to help quite a bit. But we need to get Seeker up or we're not fast enough. And now we have the ally attack to break a shield, but I don't have all the hits to break the shield anymore. We've got the slow. Land the turn meter decrease. Debuff blocked. Her accuracy is not high enough. Debuff blocked. All right, I don't want to burn the ally attack because the shield's gonna go back up. Boom. We lived. And the counterattacks are nice. Counterattacks are helping us break the shield, so that's one good thing. That's one good thing. It's like right now everything's going wrong except the counterattacks. And I used the turn meter fill because I guess I just feel like we're not going fast enough. Ally attack should get us some turn meter decrease, hopefully. Yeah. Question is, can we get a slow out there before he gets the shield up? And can we get enough turns to get some actual HP back? I'm going to do that. There, the slow. Hey, turn meter decrease from Seal of the Drakes. Land. Okay, got one. Some more turn meter decrease. We're barely hanging on here. We need more turns. We need more turns before he attacks again or Vizix is going to die. Yes, turn meter decrease. More. Turn meter decrease. Come on, you can do it. Yes. Come on. Hold on. Hold on. And the heal is just too much. All right, it doesn't even matter at this point. Okay, so this is a good team, but it's not going to get us there. So I'm gonna end the battle now. All right, so I like this concept. Let me take a quick look at. Did I save that? I don't know if I saved that. Okay, so let's take a look at our champions. Let's take a look at these champions. I want to see how they're built. Let's look at Seal of the Drakes. She's got a level 4 chest plate. It is attack. It's just flat attack. You wanted to get some retaliation on her. I can understand that. You got crit rate on her and crit rate gloves. That is trickier. This is Seal of the Drakes, right? Okay, Seal of the Drakes is not a damage dealer. She's a support. She's your tank. She's your primary tank. She's great in every dungeon. You need her to live because when she lives, she keeps everybody else alive. And when everybody else dies, she just brings them back. She keeps going. She can be indestructible for you. Absolutely indestructible. So you have 100% crit rate here. You've got a lot of crit damage on her. Her accuracy is too low for her to land her debuffs. Her speed's not high enough to get enough turns to come around and heal more. So we need to completely rip this champion apart. I'm going to take a look at your resources. I just want to see what you've got. All right, you've got 5 million. 5 million might be enough for me to rebuild Seal of the Drakes. Are you okay with me rebuilding your Seal of the Drakes? I don't know what you got in gear, but I'm going to take a look. You okay with that? Okay, yes, that's good. Rebuild. Okay. All right, so we're going to do a complete rebuild here because she is going to help you everywhere. I mean, she's just going to make everything better. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to forget about this crit rate stuff. By the way, these are great pieces. That crit rate glove and crit rate set with accuracy on it, that's fine. Like it's got a little bit of crit damage. Good. Put that on somebody else. Put that on a damage dealer. Speed boots, crit rate set with some crit damage on it, a little bit resist. Not awesome pieces, not perfect pieces, but definitely usable pieces somewhere else on your account. So like not bad pieces. This chest piece, I would probably throw out. But yeah, let's start to look. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, I love rebuilding champions. All right, let's start with some speed boots because that'll tell us what sets we have really available for us. What do we have in terms of speed? We have a Giz card with accuracy, resistance, HP. That is pretty beautiful. We got double accuracy roll here. Got triple defense roll there. Vizix has triple crit damage. We might actually want this accuracy on her. Let's see, what else do we have? All right. So I'm looking for resistance, which is good, but I'm really looking for accuracy and accuracy. And then any defensive things. HP, is good. Defense percentage is good. Perception sets. Guardian could work on her. Guardian could work really well on her, actually. This could work really well on her. This has got accuracy. Double roll into attack, unfortunately. Protection could work well on her, but it's not really... She doesn't buff a lot, so this gives a chance to place protected buffs, but it gives really nice bonuses. Resistance, HP, speed. She uses all of those. But yeah, maybe not. That's a quad roll into flat HP. I'm sorry about that. Mr. Fudan. That's I'm going to move myself out of the way so everybody can share the pain. Look at this. Mythic protection boots, speed boots, 6 stars, crit rate, accuracy, HP, defense percentage, beautiful substats. Quad roll into flat HP. That is the most unfortunate roll I've ever seen in my life. That's really unfortunate. It's still a nice boot. It's a nice, but that hurts though. All right, so let's just go ahead and do substat of accuracy. See what we've got. So I think the one I was looking at, this is not bad. And then I think the other one I was looking at was stealing was Giz cards. I want to take a look at your Giz card. Is he built out? He is a 6-star. So you're clearly using him somewhere. Is he in your clan boss team or anything? Can I break his boots, or is that... I can try to not break his boots if you'd prefer. You don't use Giz card anymore. Okay. So don't take it from UDK, Helicath, Godseeker, or Drex. Okay. Yeah, so I might use his boots. Where did she go? There she is. All right, so let's go back to these boots with accuracy. I'm going to see if I can get away with a stalwart set. We're going to see what you've got in terms of stalwart, because that can be really helpful on her. I could also do the regen. There was a regen set, wasn't there? Didn't have accuracy. Oh no, this is a 4-piece. Yeah. Regen could really work on her too. Let me see the regen. And then there was a Guardian set. Guardian's even better. Where's the Guardian set? There it is. All right, I'm going to try the Guardian. Let's just see if the Guardian can work, because that would be just primo. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and look at these pieces. Primary stats need to be HP percent or defense percent, and we still want accuracy and speed if we can get it. And then let's see if there's any regen or Guardian pieces. There are no Guardian pieces. Regen pieces. That chest piece has got a speed roll with defense percent and accuracy and HP percent. That's not bad at all. Gloves are decent. Those are decent. That's a nice chess piece, but it's on your Drex, and I can't break him, you said, I think. All right, so let's maybe switch over to this. Let's pull the boots. Go back to the boots. Primary stat, speed. Substats can't be speed. And I think there was a regen boot with speed, this one. 45, let's look at that. Okay. Now we need gloves with HP percentage, defense percentage, speed and accuracy if we've got it. There's a regen set here with speed and accuracy. There's a speed piece there. There's a righteous piece here with a triple accuracy roll and defense out the wazoo. All right, I'm taking that one. So we're going righteous and regen. Let's try that. That sounds like fun on Ascilla the Drakes. Let's do that. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the 3 pieces at top. And we're going to close all of these down. And all we care about is regen and righteous. All right, so we want speed and accuracy. Do we have the substats? We do. Speed and accuracy. That one's not too bad. That's on Deliana, though. If we don't have to pull it, we won't. We want to roll into speed and a roll into accuracy if we can get it. Let's go ahead and roll up these pieces. See if we get anything. There's a speed roll. There's a defense roll. Get an accuracy roll. That'd be a beautiful piece. 2 speed, 1 defense, 1 accuracy. That's a very nice piece for Ascilla the Drakes. Let's go ahead and pull that. All right, now we need to get... Oh, there's this piece, though. Okay. Well, let's see about these 2 relentless pieces. I'm sorry, regen pieces, not relentless. Double accuracy there. Speed roll there. Double speed roll there with defense. Double speed roll there with resistance and HP. Let's try this one. And this one. Okay, what did we just do to Ascilla the Drake so far? Well, her HP went down almost 2,000. So that's not awesome. Her attack went down, which is fine. She doesn't use attack. Her defense went up 1,500 almost. Okay, awesome. Her speed went up 53. Yes, her crit rate we dropped. We don't care. She doesn't have to hit hard. Her resistance went up a tiny little bit, and her accuracy went up a tiny little bit. Okay. So far, so good. We've also got her with regen. Let's go ahead and check her accessories and see if we can maybe get some better accessories here for her. So let's make sure we check the equip. I need to see what she has. All right, the ring is an attack ring but it's a revenge ring, and a revenge ring against Fire Knight is good. We'll leave the revenge ring on. It doesn't matter what the stats are. Let's look at her amulet. Crit damage. We don't care about crit damage. Let's look for something with accuracy. Defense with a double roll into accuracy. That looks beautiful. HP with a roll into accuracy. Let's go ahead and upgrade this one a little bit. See if we get another roll into accuracy. That's fine. I think this one is good enough. But this one here is the mythic. It's got 48 accuracy. It's a mythical. Yeah, I'm taking that. Why would I not take that? That's phenomenal. Okay. Now let's look at her banner. Her current banner is right here. It's resistance, which is fine, with nice defensive stats, which is great, but no speed. Do we have a banner with speed on anybody that we can steal it from? We don't. We don't want to take this guy's because we're trying to use him as well. So we either stay with the current banner, which looks pretty good, or we go with this banner. Let's stay with the resistance banner. We'll just upgrade that to level 8. Let's see if we get some more defense or something. More HP, that's fine. Okay. So yeah, so we're going well here. Let's go ahead and see if we can glyph anything. Let's glyph this glove. Get some more accuracy here. Here's 3-star glyphs. We don't care about the attack, but I always throw a 1-star on them, even if I don't care about them. This is not glyphed at all. Let's go ahead and glyph this out. So for accuracy, 3 stars. Let's get 5. Perfect. Defense, 3 star. 1. Speed. We're going to go 4 stars. Get a 4. Get a 4. Get a 2. That's okay. All right. Boots. We need to glyph out the boots. Let's get some resistance. Let's do 3 stars there. HP, 3 stars. Defense percentage, 3 stars. That's fine. She's already very tanky. She has crazy defense numbers, 4,100. You don't even need that much defense on her. I think it's because we have defense here and here. So, you know, we could potentially swap one of these to HP as opposed to defense. This is a ton of defense and not as much HP maybe in balance. Like, she's not perfectly efficiently built here. I could take one last look to see if there was an HP percentage piece in one of those 2 sets. What sets are we doing here? I'd be giving away 9 speed. I'd be adding a little bit of accuracy. What's this going to give me? Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I almost don't. So get her another at 3.6k. She'd be plenty tanky. That's probably better, actually. That's probably better. Let's go ahead and glyph that accuracy. All right. So this is what we're looking at. We're going from 41k to 48k, going from 2.4 to 3.7, going from 140 to 185. Did we lose speed on that? I don't think we did, right? 185. Accuracy is up around 200. What do we need on the accuracy? We need 225, right? But we don't have an accuracy banner yet. So when you get an accuracy banner, you can trade some of that resistance for accuracy. So 200 is going to be okay. It's not great, but it's going to get us close. So let's do that swap. All right. So that feels pretty good. Now I want to see Ferric in the fat here because he was going way too slow. All right. You have a lot of extra crit rate. You're at 97% crit rate with your gloves at 8%. Attack percentage, boots. All right, you want to remember that he's an ally attacker. So as an ally attacker, he should be running speed boots because you want him to go early in the turn order to bring all the damage early in the turn order. If you were going to run him in arena as part of a blender comp, he should be your second fastest champion. So if your fastest champion, say, is your Arbiter, who's running at, say, 300, she's going to give additional 30% speed to your Ferric in the fat. In order to hit 300, he needs to be running at 240, right? Because 240 is going to give you, well, a little bit slower, like 235. If you're running at 235, then he's going to go next. So as long as your Arbiter goes first, he goes next. And then he creates the ally attack that brings your blender comp. And this is true regardless of where you're bringing him. Like, yeah, he smacks, but that's not his goal. Like, his goal isn't to hit hard. His goal is to get everybody else to hit hard. His goal is to bring a decreased defense or a poison or an HP burn to clan boss. So 111 speed is way, way, way too slow. And we don't necessarily need 100% crit rate. We can get it, great. But we want speed on this guy. So let's think about what we can do here. I don't mind having him in lifesteal, but again, probably don't need all this crit rate on him. So you might be able to move some of this gear over if these are good crit rate rolls for you. We're going to get more speed out of this, which is great. So let's think about building him out a little bit differently. So first of all, let's get some speed boots. And we want accuracy on him, so accuracy set would be fine. We could go with the relentless set, that would be fine. We could potentially go with like a resilience set, that would be okay. Let's see if there's let's see if there's enough relentless gear here. Let's check him out. If we can get him into a relentless set, that would be cool. So let's go ahead and do substats of speed and accuracy in a relentless set. See if there are any pieces. There might be. No, no pieces with both. Okay, so speed is more important than accuracy right now. Where's my relentless? There it is. Speed. Okay. I don't know if I can break Yannicka. That's a nice piece, by the way. It's not great for Yannicka. It doesn't have crit rate. She's the one who needs the crit rate. So yeah, I'm going to break that piece because she shouldn't be wearing it. She shouldn't be wearing it. Or I'm going to break her set. All right, now let's go ahead and look at, see if there are any accuracy pieces from Relentless. She's got the Relentless sets. Okay. Let's just pull her. Let's pull her Relentless. And then let's go ahead and now we're going to, the nice thing about Farrakhan the Fat is when you build his gauntlets and his chest piece, everything goes. Doesn't matter. Could be anything. Literally anything, any main stat, doesn't matter. Could be flat stats. Who cares? Right? He's an ally attacker and he's not joining the ally attack. Big whoop. So you want speed and accuracy so you can, get speed to get to the ally attack fast. You want accuracy so you can land your debuffs. But otherwise, it doesn't really matter. If you can get extra damage on him, great. You can get survivability out of him, awesome. Like, do whatever you want. He's really flexible in these two pieces. So primary stats, we don't care, but let's see if we can do two. And we want a two-piece set here, something that's going to be preferably fast. So let's look at these speed. Okay, speed, accuracy, crit rate. This is a crit damage glove. You want this on Yannicka. Double crit rate roll, crit damage. Put that on Yannicka. Speed, accuracy, crit rate, HP. This is fine. That could be good. We have a chess piece here with defense, accuracy, and speed. So we're not going to get a two-piece set probably that has speed and accuracy, but we don't need... Let's see if we can find it in perception. Do we have anything in perception? Accuracy and speed with flat HP. Not a great piece, but it has the substats we need. Flat attack with speed and accuracy. Not a great piece, but it's got the substats we need. So let's go ahead and roll these up to 8. See what happens. Get one in each. That's great. Double speed. Perfect. See what happens over here. 1 and 1. All right, so let's try that on. We'll try that on. Okay. Now we're talking. He's got 193 speed. That makes him faster than Scylla the Drakes, which is great. He's got 185 accuracy. We're still a little low there. We've dropped his attack way, way down, but his defense has actually climbed a tiny bit. His HP is much higher. We're at 36,000 instead of 28,000. That's going to let him survive and do a little bit more work. So I'm going to actually run these up to 12, see if we'll get some extra useful stats here. Defense is fine. That's perfect. Let's see if we can get, defense percentage, HP percentage, doesn't matter what we get really. We just want more stats. Let's go ahead and glyph these up. This is the speed glyph. I'll use a 2-star here. Oh, that's accuracy. This is the speed. Yeah. Defense. Again, doesn't really matter too much. We're just trying to get him fast and accurate. All right. We'll get him some defense. He doesn't have a ton of defense, but get him a little bit more defense. All right, now let's go look at that banner. We need to roll up that banner. Where is he? He is right here. Now this is where we definitely want the speed if we can get it. But all of these stats are good for him. So it's not a bad, even if it doesn't roll into speed, it's not a bad banner. There's some speed. There we go. Let's bring this up to 12. 1 in each. That's fine for now. That's great. Let's put some. I'm actually going to go here with the, let's get 4. Ouch. Let's do it again. Ouch. Let's do it again. 4. There we go. All right. So now what's he looking at? 206. 206. That's where we need this guy. 206. That feels good. Let's take a look at his amulet. Crit damage with double roll of accuracy. So might be worth keeping anyway, even though it's crit damage. HP with accuracy would be maybe a little bit better. Again, don't think of him as a damage dealer. I know that he's an attack-based champion or whatever. He is a support champion. He brings the ally attack. That's where the damage comes from. He brings the debuffs. That's where the damage comes from. So accurate, fast, tanky, just like every other debuffer, right? If you can get extra damage out of him, great, but you always want to build for your primary purpose first and then worry about squeezing extras out, right? So in this case, like if this rolls into a double accuracy or triple accuracy, it'll give him more survivability with the same amount of accuracy. Now, if I don't hit accuracy on this, I'm going to keep the crit damage simply because why remove it if I don't have the extra accuracy? I need the accuracy. I'm still a little low on accuracy. So I'm going to keep this piece. But eventually you want to move this crit damage amulet over to a damage dealer, like who uses direct damage. So this would go on, you know who this would work great on? Shield Guard. That would be a great Shield Guard piece. Accuracy, defense, crit damage. That's great. Let's just see these other pieces. Accuracy 21. No. Okay, so I think we're just going to stick with the piece that we've got. And I'm going to go ahead and, this is 700,000 silver to re-equip this guy. 206. Let's do that. All right. So last thing I just want to look at each of the Vizix I thought was built pretty well, but we had trouble with her accuracy. So can we at least glyph out some accuracy? Yeah, we can. Let's go ahead and make her a little tankier as we do. Accuracy. Let's get a big 4-star accuracy there. 7, that's nice. Let's get some speed. 4 speed, beautiful. Pushing that speed. We get accuracy here, we can. We can get speed. Let's get it. 3 is nice, that's what we want. 5 is fine. HP. A little more tankiness is good. What do we have here? Let's check out her banner. Do we have a banner that has speed? We do, but it's attack, which doesn't make a lot of sense for her. If you were desperate to get speed onto her, you could go with an attack banner. Actually, you have an attack banner, so what am I talking about? So I'd rather have an attack banner with speed than an attack banner with just, nothing else on it. Let's go ahead here. I'm using up all your silver, by the way. Hope you're all right with that. There we go. Double roll into speed. HP. Defense. This is a very good piece for her. Even though it's an attack banner, it's much better in terms of substats. Get her up to, what's that, 234? 234, beautiful. We got her up to 228 accuracy. Awesome. That's where we need to be. That's where we need to be. Okay. Who was our other champion? So we had Vizix, Scylla Drakes, we rebuilt Farrakhan the Fat. We've got Deacon. Where's Deacon at? 171 Deacon. Offense set. Why is he? We don't need these pieces. These pieces are not good on Deacon. He does damage with attack, but he's a support. Remember, build for your primary goal, your primary purpose. So perception gear here, speed gear here, accuracy gear here. That's what we want for Deacon. We're doing a full workup here. Righteous would be okay, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to filter for just these 2 pieces. We want substats of speed and accuracy if we can find them. We have. Here's speed roll with accuracy. That's crit rate and attack. Speed double accuracy here, which is nice. Speed roll accuracy there's not bad. Let's see about, do you have any? Yeah, this is, I'm not seeing any perception. Perception would be better, but this is pretty good. So I think I'm going to take the double roll into. I think I'm going to take the double roll into accuracy here, and then. Neither one of these is as good. But let's go ahead and take we'll take the 1 extra speed, I guess. We'll take the 12 speed instead of the 11 speed. The accuracy is exactly the same. And the crit rate and the crit damage, like the HP would give him a little bit of extra survivability, but who cares? I'd rather have the 1 speed. All right, so he's up to 199. Now let's look at glyphing this one out. All right, so he's going to lose 3k HP and a bit of attack. He gained a tiny bit he gained 100 defense, but we're up to 204 speed. He's still over 100% crit rate, which we don't need. Resistance is okay. Accuracy is very good at 358. That's a really nice number. I want to take a look at these gloves. Do you have them crit rate gloves? You do. So let's look for any gloves that are not crit rate in the, preferably with speed or accuracy. No, we're not going to get both. But let's just look in that set. Let's see if we have anything in perception set that we can take. Flat HP with speed and resistance. I mean, it's more speed. Let me see if there's something I can steal from somebody. Crit damage. All right, I'm just going to roll these up to 8 and see what happens. Oh, yeah, we're taking that. Why would we not take that? It's another 15 speed. We're going to glyph that, get him even more speed. 1. I don't want to use a 5-star on a... That's disappointing. It's a flat HP. Should have used the 3-star. Accuracy chest. Let's look at chess pieces. All right, this has been going on for a while, but I am convinced that we're going to get this there. Defense percentage, way better. HP, no extra speed here. Can't break her. Can break him, right? That's a 4-star, never mind. That would lose him 50 accuracy, which would take him back down to where he was before we started the build. Could put him in this defense set. That would get him a lot tankier. He'd still be okay, but in arena, you might want him higher. I'm not going to break that for you. You can decide what you want to do there later. That's fine. Let's look at his banner. That's nice. That's a nice banner. Let's go ahead and glyph him. No, we don't need to glyph his accuracy, but let's just check out if he has a different... Yeah, okay, you're good. Yeah, so now we're at 220 with Deke. Who was our last champion that we took in there? It was Seeker. Let's look at Seeker. The Seeker's not built. That's my fault. That's totally my fault. The Seeker's not built. Whoops. Sorry, everybody. The Seeker's not built. That's just silly. Okay. Yeah. Primary stats, speed. I don't even know what to say at this point about that. Let's go ahead and put him in anything that looks good. Let's just, yeah. Let's do this. All right, let's try that on. Yeah, we don't have the silver to roll all these up, but we're gonna try to get some. Now we do want him to land his debuffs because he has a provoke, but he doesn't have to land them in this fight. Those are rolled, so we're probably going to take those. Oh, no, not that's stun. I don't care about stun. Defense. We can do defense. I'm gonna take these for now. Righteous pieces. He could use resistance. That's fine. He can't do turn meter if he's stunned. Okay, that's embarrassing. I should have looked at the champion before I threw him on a team. I pulled him out of the sparring pit. I should have known something was up, right? I should have had an idea, maybe, that something was up. Perfect. Look at that. He's a beast. All right. Let's look at these two pieces. No. All right. Probably just going to go for a speed piece. And we'll get the speed. This is accuracy. HP, that's nice. We'll try that on. And then we just need a chess piece that has a set. We just need the set. It doesn't even matter what's on it. All right, he's at 177. Let's roll his boots up to 12. He's at 199. Yeah, let's equip those. Beautiful. I'll take it. Doesn't. Okay, so he's now at 207 speed, and you can definitely get another, whatever that is. That's another 14 speed out of him there. And then we could glyph him. But I'm exhausted. So I think we're just gonna run it because he was completely ungeared. Same team. All right, I gotta take myself out of the way now. I'm not gonna worry about the first wave. I'll auto towards the end of the second wave, just to A1 cycle, and then we'll see what we can do on the boss. But I want to just see if this is good at full auto now. My guess is you're fine at full auto now. You could get your Seeker. It's not bad to have your Seeker be your fastest champion, especially if you're going to use him like in dungeons or in arena or whatever. You could make him like your fastest champion. He could be faster than Deacon, and that would be fine. He's got a bigger turn meter fill than Deacon, so you want your biggest turn meter fill to go first. So if you can get your Seeker to 250, 260, 280, do it. Right? That he just enables your team to reach crazily stupid speeds. So feel free to keep pushing that guy. Get him in 3 pieces of speed gear, or get him. I run one of mine in Relentless. I run the other for a clan boss speed tune. So if you need him for a speed tune, you just run him at whatever speed that is. Sometimes it's as low as like 180, and other times it's as high as about 255, 260. That's sort of the range for him in speed tunes. If you're not going to run him in a clan boss speed tune, then you want every drop of speed possible. Accuracy is good for his provoke, especially if you're going to use him in Hydra. He works great against Magma Dragon. Mr. Fudan says, I have Bruise. You could level Seeker up 1 level to 60. I don't think he needs to be 60. If that's bothering you, you can do that on your own. 60 doesn't get him anything except stats, right? Just like more HP and defense. Maybe some more attack or something. I didn't check his masteries. I didn't check any masteries, I don't think. So, like, you could still get work out of using masteries here. So now the thing about this team, right, is remember, on this affinity, it's going to work great because we've got 2 strong affinities and 3 neutrals. But as soon as you hit magic affinity, now you've got 3 neutrals and 2 weaks. So magic affinity is going to be tougher, right? Force affinity is going to be weird because it's going to be in between. But Vizix will never weak hit. So if she's the primary like turn meter control champion, then you just need to make sure that she's working, right? And everybody else who's just bringing speed, meaning Seeker and Deacon, they don't need to necessarily land their abilities against the boss. Seeker doesn't have any abilities that land against the boss. He just has turn meter fill. So he's never, like, his weak affinity doesn't matter. Deacon's weak affinity matters a little bit because he has some turn meter decrease and he can land his like decreased defense and leech and stuff. But even still, he's bringing the speed aura, he's bringing the increased turn meter. So who cares if he weaks hits every once in a while, right? The double hitter to break the shield doesn't matter if it weak hits. Like that's not a consideration. So it's not super important, you know, some of these champions in terms of the weak hit. But when Scylla of the Drake's weak hit, when Scylla of the Drake weak hits, you lose your slow, right, from her. So that means Vizix has to carry the slow as well as the turn meter decrease, which may mess up your turn order, or it may mess up the way you do the AI, you know? So there's like different things, like it may not be able to be full auto, like on some affinities because of that. So that's something you can consider if you want to like bring other champions into the team. But in general, like, you know, you're going to get a lot of value out of this team in all of the Fire Knight dungeons because for the most part, the weak hit champions aren't critical. Like again, Farrakhan the Fat doesn't matter if he weak hits, you know, but they will take more damage. So that's something you want to consider. All right, so Vizix is fast. Let's see, we want a double hit here. And we get our turn meter fill. That's going to help later. Ooh, we got a relentless proc. No, we didn't. That's just the regular. Well, he's not in relentless, right? Who did I put in relentless? Scylla Drake's in relentless? No, Farrakhan the Fat's in relentless. All right, so now we've got 6 hit. Now this is going to be nice because we're going to use the ally attack here, right? And think about the turn order. So Deacon's going to do a double hit, and then I think it's Seeker does a double hit. And then our 2 turn meter champions who can break are going to hit all the way down at the end. So Vizix might actually get some turn meter control on the boss right now. Yeah, so we got some turn meter control. That's why you want her at the back of the order when you have an ally attacker, right? Because they ally attack in order of their location on the team. Normally, you wouldn't want her at the back. Like, it doesn't make sense to have your tank all the way in the last spot. But when you have an ally attack and she's turn meter control, you would put her all the way back there. If you had an allure on this team, you'd put allure in the last spot. Okay. By the way, in arena, it's the reverse. You want your damage up front, or you want your debuffers up front, depending. Let's see if we can get the slow out there. Oh, we got some turn meter. Let's go ahead and drop the slow now. Now we've got turn meter decrease. And now, honestly, like, this isn't great at full auto without an AI because Vizix will use all of her skills as opposed to just her A1. But you could put this in the AI just fine. We could do that at the end, maybe. And that'll work. So let's see how we do on auto. See, she used her provoke there instead of her A1, and that's going to cause a problem. So you're going to want to do the AI to prevent her from using her A3. You can even turn off her A2 if you want. If you know that the shield's going to be broken before she uses her A2, have her open with the A2. That's the slow. So have her open with it in the AI because the shield's going to be broken, and then turn it off. So the slow will go on first, and then forever afterwards, you're just turn meter controlling. So you'll never get another slow application. But in this case, you could also use a slow from another champion. So then maybe she doesn't need to use her slow. So yeah, this is looking better. We're getting plenty of damage out there now. Remember how his damage was like every time he would go, his damage would basically top off again. Here we got, you know, what, 40% of of his damage down. We got tons of poisons out there from Ferric and the Fat. That's where the accuracy comes in. We've got that leech out there. It's going to help us stay topped up from Deacon. We've got Vizix. She's landing, she's not missing now. She's not getting resisted because we got her accuracy up a little bit higher. Scylla the Drakes is going way faster. Seeker's going way faster. So we're getting way more turns as a team, which means more heals, more turn meter decrease, more damage. Again, so even if he gets a turn, we're hitting him harder, so he's not going to heal up. All right, so this should just be a matter of time. I don't think this has enough turn meter control, but realistically, it has enough sustain and enough turn meter control that like you're going to get through this. It's just a matter of it's going to take a while. We're already at 8 minutes on this run, but like if you just full autoed this run with some AI that would help you get through the waves and then A1 cycle and whatever, this might be like a 5-minute run, or a 4-minute run, maybe. This will take you up to stage 25 probably, but again, you're going to have to worry about getting through certain affinities. Now what's stage 25? What affinity is stage 25? Is it spirit affinity? What are we? We're on 21. 21 and 25 are the same. So I think it's spirit affinity. So this will do fine at stage 25. You just have to get through the force affinity and the magic affinity. Make sure that you're okay there. You may have to manual that. That's fine. You have to manual it. You're good. That ally attack ally attack is so powerful. It's crazy powerful. Use him in all your dungeons too. By the way, this is a great dungeon team. This is a great dungeon. Like uses against dragon. You could use this against Ice Golem. It's not a perfect Ice Golem team, but you could use this against Ice Golem. You have to watch out with the ally attack. I might pull the ally attack for Ice Golem. 6-star gloves. Be good. Not good, but I'll let you throw those out if you want to. So there you go. Let's go to the AI just for a quick second, and I'll show you how I would do the AI on this team. All right, so this is the team setup. Deacon in the lead. We want Seeker next. Why am I blind? I can't. Oh, Seeker's 59. That's why. We want Seeker next. We'll take Scylla the Drakes third. Actually, we'll take Ferric and the Fat third. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but let's take Scylla the Drakes fourth and then Vizix. All right, and then for the AI, what you do in round 1, you can do it however you want, but you might want to control your openers. So for Vizix, what I like to do in round 1 is I like to open with the AoE slow. Okay. She's going to then use her provoke afterwards. That's just what she does. Scylla the Drakes will pretty much always open with her stun. If you don't want her to open with her stun, you could turn it off or slow it down or whatever. Ferric and the Fat will open with his ally attack. Seeker will open with his Tailwind, which is fine, and then Deacon will open with his time compression into Sweeping Retribution, which is fine. So on round 2, what you want to do is you want to do the exact same thing. So we're going to do Sinister Allies opener, and then we're going to shut it off. Okay. Scylla the Drakes, we can leave untouched. She doesn't matter. Ferric and the Fat, we can use his A3 as the opener and then shut it off. You want that ally attack available. So I'm sorry. Yeah, this is right. So you want, it'll probably take more than one round. So if you're manualing, whatever, but in this case, you want to make sure that if you're autoing on full auto, that you have this available for you. Here, you can basically do whatever you want with the Tailwind, but I like to open with this and then shut it off. And there's a reason. Because if he doesn't have turn meter, sometimes in some builds, if you're not fast enough, like he's not going to boost the turn meter of everybody, and you're not going to break the shield and then get all of that additional turn meter decrease. Like you'll break the shield, but then nobody will go, the boss will go, and it'll be like, oh, hey, and then the shield goes right back up. So you can do that, or you can try it. Like if it's fast enough, you can just leave it at default and see if it's fast enough. Because sometimes he'll open with it, sometimes he won't, and you'll have to see if that, that matters. Deacon, here's the thing. You want him to typically open with his A1 unless the shield is down, because you want the turn meter decrease and the decreased defense to land. So I usually like to open with this depending on where he is in the turn order. Let's see where he is in the turn order. He's the second fastest. So we want him to open with his A1. And then he'll just do his normal cycle of skills and that'll be fine. Whoops, I'm sorry. That's we're in round 2. That's round 3. Let me make sure I just did this all right. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right, so I'm sorry. In round 2, what you want is you want him to use his you want him to use his time compression as an opener and then not use it. In round 3, you want him to open with his A1. Now, in round 3, you can decide what you want from physics, but typically I will just turn off her A3 so she doesn't use her provoke. If you just want her to get her slow out, so this would be the best option. Go first choice. I'm sorry, not first choice, opener, and then don't use. Right? And then also here, go don't use. So she'll only use her A1 after the opener. So as long as the shield is down when she goes, which I think it will be, right? Because how fast? No, she's the fastest. Whoops. Okay, so that's unfortunate. So that's not going to work for this build because she's too fast. So we're just gonna leave her with this. Just turn off the A3. Still of the Drakes, we can turn off her AoE because it doesn't matter. We want the slow and the decreased turn meter from her A1. Farrakhan the Fat, you can just let him go, but he should open with his ally attack to break the shield. Seeker, we can let go in round 3, and then yeah, we're opening with that. We're gonna save that. That's stage 21. What's stage 22? Yeah, let's see if it works here. Now we're just going to let the AI run. All right. So I think that's about it. We're just going to watch this in the background. You got any questions, Mr. Fudan? How does that feel? Feel like a good solution for your Fire Knight? I used up all your silver. I used up every last piece of silver I could. Fire Knight is looking better, he says. I'm sorry, what did you say, son? Yeah, so I know you said you don't use Deacon in Arena. If you use like a go second team, or if you have some other increased turn meter champion that you use, that's fine. Like, you don't need to use Deacon. There's a lot of other options out there. Especially you have your Arbiter, I think I saw, right? So but Deacon he's a cheap, excellent option for almost everywhere in the game. There are a few fights where you can't use him. He's a problem in Baumel. Can't use him in Baumel. You can, but it's really tricky to use him in Baumel. He's great against Dark Fae. He's awesome against Dark Fae. He's great against Spider Boss. He's great against Fire Knight. He's great against Dragon. You can use him in... I don't use him in my Iron Twins. I probably wouldn't, but you can definitely use him in Clan Boss. You can use him in Hydra. He's awesome in Hydra. If you're going to speed tune him for a Clan Boss team, then you probably won't use him in Arena. And if you're going to use him in Arena, you probably won't use him for a Clan Boss team. That's basically the one choice that you have to make. And whatever you run him in, you can find uses for him. But he's more useful in more places in an Arena build than he is in a Clan Boss build. If you build him for Clan Boss, that's going to be the one place where you use him other than Faction Crypts. You won't really use him anywhere else. Because when you put him in a Clan Boss team, he's going to run too slow. Right? You won't be able to speed tune around him. He is one of those champions that gives your speed tune, makes your speed tune make sense, because he's a turn meter filler. You need him at the top of the turn order. But when you run him for Clan Boss, a lot of those Clan Boss builds, you're going to run him at 220, 230, maybe 210, maybe 190. Like you're going to run him slow, just like you would run Seeker slow in some cases. And that doesn't make sense for him in other places. So if he's a clan boss speed tune, great, because really your clan boss speed tune is your most important team. So if he gets you to your 1 key Ultra Nightmare and you're running him at 190, then he's done his job for your account. As long as you have other champions to do the other jobs that you also need. And you've got your Arbiter, you've got your Seeker, you've got, other turn meter filled champions and so on and so forth. But you can either make him a versatile god where he can play almost everywhere, or you can make him a specialist, for the clan boss, and that's fine too. But he's not a champion I would leave on my bench ever. Like on my main account, I have 70 60s or something like that. 76-star champions. Maybe more, maybe 80 now. And he plays more than all but 3 of my champions, maybe 4 of my champions. Like he's in my top 5 most commonly used champions at endgame with 86 stars. The champion I use most is Cardiel, and one of the champions I use more than Deacon is probably Mithrala. And when you think about the company that we're talking about, Void Legendary, Cardiel, top 6 or 7 champion in the game, absolutely everybody would say that. Mithrala, top 6 or 7 champions in the game, everybody would say that, right? Deacon Armstrong is next. That's how godly this guy is. Like, he's not necessarily more powerful. There are more powerful champions out there. But in terms of versatility, he's insanely useful. All right, so this is our worst affinity, by the way, right? Because into this affinity, we have 2 weak champions and 3 neutral champions. So let's see if on auto with our AI, we can get this job done. Now, if we had Vizix with her A1 booked, I think it would be more likely that this would be an easy fight. Without Vizix with her A1 booked, we got a little bit of leeway here to potentially get into a situation where, say, Vizix dies, and then we're into a revive cycle, and we just don't put enough damage on. We never kind of catch up. That can happen. And again, you can avoid that by manualing in most cases, but sometimes the RNG is just going to work against you. Get Vizix booked. Get Vizix booked. By the way, I was talking about top 5 most commonly used champions. Vizix is she's probably like number 5. I would say Cardiel. It's hard to say actually now because Cardiel, Syl of the Drakes, Mithrala, Deacon, and Vizix. Like, those are probably my 5 most commonly used champions. I use Seeker a lot, not as much as I used to. I use Artak a lot now. I use Newt a lot now, and I use Helicath a lot. So those are also, I also use Pythion. But so those champions are like the competition. But in terms of like the absolute top most common, I would say, yeah, I think Vizix is, I probably use her maybe more than Syl of the Drakes now. But this is going to be a long one. This is 6.5 minutes here. All right, so this is going to be it for us today. I want to just talk to everybody in chat and say, hey, Cardiel don't have Vizix. I have books to use for Vizix, he says. I'm getting Mithrala in 2 fragments. There you go. So that's going to be awesome. Shooter says not putting that chess piece in the bin is borderline criminal. I don't throw pieces out for other people. Mr. Food says, okay, Godazord, go. Denise, let's go. All right. Yeah, he was in. It's interesting how much knowledge you have of everything picked up over years, I think. I will tell you something, which I don't know if it'll surprise you or not. I've probably learned, like, in the 3 intense months that we've actually been doing YouTube videos, I've probably increased my knowledge base by like 30 or 40% because I've needed to. People have corrected me on videos. They've told me I've made mistakes. I've noticed that I've made mistakes. Not huge mistakes, not a ton of mistakes, but every video there's a mistake or two. Something, I mean, what we were just talking about today, I didn't know that the resistance on dungeons 21 through 25 were exactly the same. I didn't know that. I just learned something today, you know, and I did it live on stream in front of everybody. So when you're constantly trying to give advice, which is what now my job is, to give advice on Raid, you got to know what you're talking about, you know, and sometimes you give advice and then you learn the advice didn't work out so well. I remember early on, my Discord community was just set up. There was a player, I forget which player it was. I'm sorry if you're in the stream and I've forgotten you. And he asked me advice about leveling his next 6-star. And I said, you don't really have a clear next 6-star, but what are you trying to do? You're trying to do this, that, and the other thing. I know that Achak the Wanderer or Wenderin or whatever his name is, Achak the Wenderin, is a highly rated champion. He's supposed to be good in Spider. I haven't built him. I don't know this champion. But I've seen some videos on him. He's supposed to be really good. You say you need help there. He might be good for you. And he was like, all right, I'm going to build Achak. And he 6-starred him. And then like 2 days later, he's like, yeah, he doesn't work for me at all. And I was like, oh. He's like, yeah, he doesn't do the thing because he has this conditional buff and it doesn't work the way, like, I'm like, I don't know the champion that well. I can't even fix him for you. Like, I wish I could. I felt really bad. So, you know, now I did let him know, like, I haven't built this champion. So you have to take it with a grain of salt. But I've started to do that a little bit less. And I've started to research the champions that I don't actually own a little bit more. So that would happen less. You know, but the funny thing is when I do a stream, like I will use the same 50 champions. When people need rebuilds, I will look for the same 50 champions. You know, it's like I'm going to look for Vizix and Scylla the Drakes because everybody gets them, right? I'm going to look for Seeker and Deacon Armstrong because they're turn meter engines. And if you don't have those, I might look for a High Katoon because everybody gets it. You know, it's like, so it's like if your problem is speed, I'm looking for champions that give turn meter and speed. If your problem is accuracy, I'm looking at gear. If your problem is you've got the wrong type of damage, I'm going to look for a poisoner or an HP burner or a max HP nuker. So I don't necessarily need to know all 811 champions. I need to know, you know, 200 champions. And I need to know 50 really, really well. And granted, it's actually more than 50. It's probably like 150, but. All right, so we got through that just fine. 339 turns, 9 minutes and 51 seconds. You could still use a bit of help here, but I think there's a chance that if you just click next every time, this will take you up to stage 25. And I'm not in a rush, so if people want to see if this build can get to stage 25, maybe we'll just click next a bunch of times. Is that okay with everybody? I'm enjoying talking to people, so I'm enjoying talking and hearing myself talk. That's why I do this. So I'm just going to click next and see what happens. I mean, each run could be like 9 minutes long, but it looks like it's working. We might get into the point where, oh, you know what? You said that you have books for Vizix. I might book her out because without that, we might not be able to do it. But we'll see what happens here. We'll just keep going. So yeah, if anybody has any, you know, comments or questions about Fire Knight or any of the other stuff that we've covered today, shout it out now. Crashdown, I don't know the number anymore, and I stopped keeping track. At one point, I know we hit 600 when I was playing. And obviously it's a while ago. And I counted and I found the number because I wanted to refer to the number properly. This was before I was making videos, but when I was just talking to people, I was, well, you know, how many champions are in the game? Well, it's 450. It's like, no, it's not. It's 622. You know, it's like, you want to know because people are interested in how many champions are out there and what does that mean in terms of like the variations in the game and the variability. And then I lost track at some point. So I don't know what the number is anymore. Shooter makes a good point. He said he gets Mithrala very soon. Might be a consideration to keep those books for her, to be honest. I would prioritize Mithrala very highly. I would also prioritize Vizix very highly. And that A1, there aren't a lot of skills in the game that are as potent as Vizic's A1. And I don't mean like in a particular place. You know, like there are skills that are way stronger than her A1. But in terms of overall value to your account, having her at 100% is way incredibly more valuable than having her at 80%. So we'll take a look at the number of books that you have. I don't want to throw away books when you have a Mithrala coming, because what did I just say before? She's my second most commonly used champion. So it's like Mithrala is more valuable than Physics, but it's you know, can she get by unbooked a little bit for a while? You know, how long do you have to wait? I don't know. Random question, when is the next CVC? CVC start every other Tuesday at 2 p.m. Not 2 p.m. We start at 2 p.m. So it's every other Tuesday that it goes. So a week from today. A week from today. Denise says, I really appreciate how you explain things. I found selling gear much easier after watching your video on it. That's great. I'm glad. It can be really tough early on, especially to know what you should keep and what you should sell. And part of it is like the fear that you've done the wrong thing. So rather than making a decision, we make no decision. We hold on to all of these pieces. Our artifact storage fills up like really quickly. And then all of a sudden you're looking at a giant task of clearing out gear. It's better to just sell bad pieces when you get them, so they don't sit in your vault. You have the silver to use to potentially roll up other gear or level up champions or do whatever you need to do with silver. And then you also can just alleviate the guilt. You don't feel guilty about it because you're like, hey, that's a trash piece. That feels awesome. Click, and it's gone. You know, like that actually feels good. You'd rather get a good piece than a bad piece. But if you know it's a bad piece, silver is the way. Midi Uni says, if you don't have Cold Heart, you might want to consider a Soulbound Billiard to make these runs faster. She does have a 100% turn meter decrease. It hits decently hard. It ignores defense, I think, as well. And she has an extra 25% chance crit chance, I think. 25% crit chance. I don't know that I would recommend bringing her into high-level Fire Knight. You could. If you already have her built, yeah, you could try her out. You could absolutely try her out. In that case, I wouldn't build her for damage. If you're building her for turn meter control, like put her in a reflex set and get her really fast or something like that, or relentless set and as fast as you could with the accuracy you need, and build her tanky. So just think of her as a turn meter, you know, machine. You could try that. That could work. I hesitate to do that because I haven't built it out. I can see how theoretically it could work, but statistically, like her stats, from a standpoint of her stats, she's relatively squishy, and I don't know that she hits hard enough to be worth over investing in her. I love her for secret rooms. I love her for faction crypts. But you're right. She has a 100% turn meter decrease. So that's worth a consideration. Mr. Fudan says, look at all these champs that used to die. Yeah, you know who's keeping them alive? Scylla the Drakes. She's a machine. She is an incredible engine. I mean, it's funny. I use engine or motor for character. Like I describe characters that way. And there are always two characters that I describe that way. And it's never a damage dealer. Okay. The first engine of your team is the speed engine. It's the champion that pushes your team to go faster. They're literally like pushing a car. It's the engine. It's literally the motor that makes the momentum happen. And then the other thing is the one that keeps your team going, right? The one that perpetuates that motion. So in this case, you have three engines on this team. You have Deacon Armstrong. He's an engine. Speed, aura, turn meter increase. He gets your team working. He's going to be one of your fastest champions. Great. He starts off the right way. 2, you've got Seeker, literally the best engine in the game. There is no turn meter engine better than Seeker. And then 3, you got Scylla the Drakes. She's just behind, making sure the momentum stays moving in the right direction. So anytime anybody falls down, she picks them up. Anytime they get hit, she heals them up. Anytime the boss is messing with somebody, she slows them down. Anytime there's a wave, she stuns them. She just keeps you alive and grinding towards that finish line. So you always need a couple of engines on your roster. And these are the champions that are usable everywhere because you need those skills everywhere. You need those champions everywhere. Scylla the Drake's on my list. I did my top 10 free champions of all time. I did that video 2 weeks ago. Scylla the Drake's was number 1, right? And I said in that she's the engine that keeps your team moving. Like, the reason that she is the best free-to-play champion in the game isn't because she's the best champion in the game. It's because she does a thing that you always need in every team. Like, I wouldn't put her in some places, but you could put her anywhere. You know, it's like, I don't think she's a perfect Bommel champ. She's got a turn meter decrease you can't shut off. That's a problem on Bommel. But I've beaten Bommel with her. Like, I've beaten tons of Bommel floors with her. All right, so here, good glove, come on. Nope, sorry about that. We're getting the Savage gear. I don't know how long that took. That felt like a while. And that was about 8 minutes or something like that. What are we at? We're up to stage 24. But yeah, so, you know, these are the champions that just make the game easier. And remember, I'm a free-to-play player. I'm always looking for champions that I can use everywhere. I don't have, you know, 260s. I've got 80 of them. And I've been playing for 2.5 years, you know? So it's like, you only get 60s so often. And that's accelerated. In the first year of your account, maybe you get 24, 25 60s in the first year of your account. Maybe 2 a month, right? And in the first 2 months, it's like, it's really fast because you get your 6 stars quick. But once you start getting legendaries, it slows down because you need legendary tomes. You need legendary books. So if you're just 6-starring champions in that frantic rate that you started at, you have to 6-star rares. And that's not always useful. It's better to say, okay, instead of spending 20,000 energy in 6-starring rares, I'm going to spend 20,000 energy in Dragon and Fire Knight dungeons and get myself some good gear so that when I get good champions, they can actually do something. You know, so you translate all that early energy that you used to be putting into grinding up 60s. You take a big chunk of that out and you start getting gear with it. And you're still always going to want 60s. You're going to want food for 60s so that when you pull a legendary, you can just 6-star them right away and start, you know, grinding that out. But then the other thing that you do is you start pulling some of that energy out of there and you start putting it into Minotaur, because Minotaur is just more efficient than using than buying, you know, stuff, the masteries with gems. So you start splitting your energy a little bit, and that flow of 6-star champions slows down a little. And it doesn't stop ever. You never want it to stop. But there are times in your account where it's good to grind 60s, and there's a time in your account where you need to grind masteries and gear. And, you know, that kind of fluctuates back and forth. So, you know, when you think about trying to do everything in the game with 24 champions in your first year, trying to do Hydra and Clan Boss and every dungeon and Doom Tower and Iron Twins and Sand Devils and Arena, all of that with 24 champions or less, you got to pick champions that you can use in a lot of places, right? Scylla the Drakes, Deacon Armstrong, Seeker, Vizix, Mithrala. You know, you use Doom Priest, you use Skull Crown, you use Artak. If you have Artak, you use him everywhere. Why wouldn't you? All right. Victoria Smith says, I pulled Farrakhan last week, still not using him yet. You don't have to. You don't have to. But he's a very good ally attack champion, and ally attack opens up tactical possibilities, which are so much fun. And I just love using Farrakhan the Fat. So you don't have to. He doesn't need to be on this team. But if you think about where this account was in terms of like its multi-hitters and its turn meter control, it was on the edge of not being able to do Fire Knight. So ally attack, what does that bring? Well, it brings whatever the other champions bring on their A1s. Scylla the Drake's A1, slow turn meter control. Deacon Armstrong's A1, double hitter leech. Vizix's A1, double hitter turn meter control. You know, Seeker's A1 is a hit. That's it. But you get all those extra A1s out there, right? So it's just more. And then, of course, it's everybody's damage. You know, and we were talking about using Farrakhan the Fat for not Hydra Clan Boss, for Clan Boss. Works for Clan Boss too, because you get all those extra A1s out there, all those extra hits, all those War Master procs, all those Giant Slayer procs. Works in Arena. Why? You get a blender comp, get a Skull Crown in a Senesha. You go, Arbiter into Farrakhan the Fat. He ally attacks, and you get the Senesha Skull Crown blender like AoEs. Destroys people. I mean, utterly destroys teams, right? Use it in Hydra Boss. Use them with an R-Tac, right? Use them with an R-Tac, use them with a Skull Crown, use them with a Sylar, use them with anybody who's got an AoE A1, right? Or use them with somebody who's got a Provoke, or use them with somebody who's got a Weaken, or somebody who's got a Decrease Attack. Use them with Padma, right? Padma's got an AoE Decrease Attack on her A1. Use them with anybody who has a powerful A1, and he becomes powerful. So it's just great. God of Zord says 24. Go, go, go. We're close. 9 minutes. Physics is using her Provoke against the boss? Or was she using her Slow against the boss? She might be. She shouldn't be. I thought I turned it off, but I'll take a look. Before we do stage 25, I'll take a look. Skrill says, still haven't pulled a Lego on this account, but I have UDK and Stagnite. Yeah, so it's sad that you haven't pulled a Lego, but clearly you've had this account for a while if you have UDK. So I'm assuming this is, one of your alternate accounts you don't play that often. And Stagnite he's about as good as it gets for an epic. So he's pretty close to a Lego. Wentworth Tanner, welcome, by the way. New player here. Can you do a video on the most useful characters to build for free to play? I have done many of those videos, and you should go through my library and check them out. I've done some on some epics. I've done uncommons. I've done rares. Some of them are mixed in with other concepts, other things. But yeah, absolutely. In fact, I just did my top 10 free champions not too long ago. We were talking about that earlier. So I'm sure I will come back around to doing another video on that topic. But you should be able to find some in my library. UDK will carry you easily into mid-game. He's a good champion. I don't know how I feel about saying he will carry you. I guess it really depends on the roster around him. He can be a focal point of a roster. He can be, absolutely. I agree with you there, Liv. He can be, and depending on how you build him and who you put him with, he could be very, very strong. I don't use my UDK all that often. So yeah, but maybe you're right. Maybe he could carry you into mid-game. Undersized Tic Tac says, got a similar team in Gold 5. I use Cardiel, Arbiter, Senesha, and Skull Crown. I have that same team. I don't use it all the time, but every once in a while I break it out just for fun. The reason I don't use it that often is because my Cardiel isn't fast enough, because I have him on my Clan Boss team and he's speed tuned. But I'm hoping to get him out of that team, get him up to about 300 speed, and then just use that team to crush. It's fun. I use that team in Doom Tower waves in like lower floors just to have fun with it. I actually threw a Ray in, so it's Arbiter, Cardiel, Ray, Skull Crown, and Senesha. It's just stupidly good at low levels. It's really fast clears. So that's great. Today would be a sweet day for that to happen, Skrills. What did Skrills say? Well, it's my main account now, but my Mercy should soon hit on my Ancients. Well, if you're in Mercy and you have the Ancient Shards or you're close, today is a good day to pull with the extra legendary. And here's the thing. If you know you're within, let's say, 10 or 20 Ancient Shards of Mercy and you have some gems, now is the time to spend gems on a shard pack. Go get your 11 Ancient Shards from a shard pack. If that pushes you into Mercy, there is literally no better time to spend gems on Ancient Shards. So it's 900 gems for a pack. And this is one of the things I save for when I'm close to Mercy and there's an Ancient Shard or an extra Lego event. I am not close. On my main account, I hit like 10 or 12 shards ago. So Shooter says, I have just upgraded an amulet. The level up from 12 to 16 was 3.9 million silver. Oh, Shooter, man. I'm sorry, buddy. 3.9 million silver. Was it a mythic? I don't think I've ever seen anything that high. I've seen 3 million. I've never seen close to 4 million, I don't think. Maybe I've seen 3.5 like once ever. But 3.9 million silver is an insane number. I've definitely seen over 3 and between 3 and 3.5, but I don't know that I've ever seen over 3.5. Icky Ray says, I started using UDK more in the mid game when I had gear to support a solo build and got him booked. Yes, if you put him in a solo build, you're right. I didn't think of that. So I'm sorry, who was it that mentioned that before? Was it Victoria? Somebody mentioned it before, and I was like, I'm not 100% sure. Liv, I'm sorry. So yeah, Liv mentioned it, and I was like, but you're right. If you get him into the right solo build, he can absolutely carry you into mid game. He's going to help you with all those dungeons. Premier Love says, I'm an old player here when the pre-releases came, but just now slowly getting back into it. It is sad that you missed a lot. You know what? I understand. It can feel that way. It can feel like you missed out, but you didn't. You did different things with your life, right? Now you're back, and now this game is here. So I hope that you enjoy the game. I hope that you get value out of it. But don't worry about what you missed. Think about what you didn't miss. Think about the things that you did instead. All right, so we got through stage 24 here. I'm going to go take a look at I stripped all Yannika's gear. Let's take a look here at the books. How are we doing on the books? We have 1 legendary tome. So I'm not going to use your 1 legendary tome. You've got Mithrala coming. She should be the focal point. But let's look at the books. You have no books here in Vizix, so you're going to need 4 and 5 is 9. I think it's 10. 10 books for her. I think it's 10 for Mithrala too. I think that's the same number of books. We can take a quick look. It might be 11, but I think it's 10. 4, 6, 7, 8. No, it's 9. It's 8. It's 8. That's nice. It's only 8 for her. So you need 18 tomes. You need to book out your Vizix and your Mithrala. I don't know who else you need to book. We all need tomes. It's not like I'm surprised. This is the way this works. Probably need to have you booked out Scylla the Drakes? If she's fully booked, she's fully booked. How about your Arbiters? Your Arbiter fully booked? Where's your Arbiter? Arbiter needs... Realistically, she doesn't need any books, right? She's not critical to book at this point. You got her where you need. You got the A2. I mean, you could actually run her unbooked for a long time, and I did. But yeah, so Bad L's booked. Artak's booked. Helicath's booked. You got what you need. Georgia needs books. But you got what you need, right? Yeah, you've got some champions here who could use books, who are at 6-star. Focus on getting those books any way you can, buddy. One of the things to remember, I mean, I know that everybody does this probably, but when you go to your quests, you've got your advanced quests. This is one just great way. Every 25 days, you get a free legendary tome. So, all right, we've got one last level to go. Let's see if we can do it. We need some energy. Let's just pull this stuff. Let's see if we can do stage 25 here. I gotta say, this is a very long takeover right now because we're just chatting. I'm just chatting. I'm just talking. But it's kind of fun to see this unfold. It's not often. It's really not. I don't know that I've ever done it on any account where I've gone from 20 to 25 on a dungeon in one go, like in one rebuild. I've never done that before. So usually it's like, you get to 21 or you get to 22 and then you kind of get stalled out for a while and then you try a new champion and then you get to 24 and then you can't get 25, and then it's like, then you get a piece of gear and then that gets you over the hump. It's usually that on your own account. You don't have this happen, but you were just in a situation where you had the right champions in the wrong gear and you just had just enough right gear to get them into the right gear to get it done. So I'm hopeful that we'll get all the way through here and complete 25. And then we can end with a bang, and that'll be fun. And Mr. Fudan will be really happy. And of course, he's Team Sun. I don't know why, but I think we've only had one Team Colred win on our Takeover Tuesdays, and we've had like 6 Team Sun. Like it's going to be half of your. We're going to be half of your clan that I've boosted here. When we come up against you in CVC, I'm going to make a rule. Anybody who I from your clan who won a Takeover Tuesday can't use the teams I built for them. They can still go all out. They just have to like sell all the gear or something. No, whatever. I'm happy to happy to help out any member of the Colred Plays community. And the great thing about Takeover Tuesdays is everybody who gets a takeover is a member of the Colred Plays community because they have to join our Discord in order to spin the wheel, even if they never come back. For that moment in time, they were part of Colred Plays. And I hope they do come back because I think our Discord community is fantastic. And it's getting better every day. It's kind of crazy. What was the number? Did we hit 500? We're close, right? We're like 480 or something. So we might hit 500 off of this stream even. It's possible. Because obviously stream days, people join, like Takeover Tuesdays, people join in order to try to compete for the takeovers. But I think we've got over 500 people in our Discord community. And we only have a free server so far, which is like, it maxes out at 1,000. So like next month, we might have to start shelling out for a bigger server. But that's great. I love that that's happening. The conversations that are going on now, like in the last 2 weeks, what I've noticed is I go to bed, I wake up, I log into Discord, and there are pages of conversation that I have to scroll through. You know, I'm like, wow, there's a lot going on overnight. There's a lot going on during the day. It's a fun time. So let me get back to chat here. Okay, Undersized Tic Tac asks, not sure if you saw this, but if you don't have an ally protect or a decent reviver other than Rector, would you choose Rector over UDK for Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team, even if the damage is slightly less? I'm not exactly sure what that phrasing means, but if you're asking me, do I think Rector Drath or Ultimate Death Knight is better? Like, which one is better for Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss? I would say they're both fine, and they're both not phenomenal. They're both good, but not phenomenal. They both have a decreased attack, I think, right? And Rector Drath has the perfect veil and the heals and the revives and stuff. So you're going to get mitigation out of that perfect veil. Remember that works like a lesser weaken. So that's giving you 15% damage mitigation. So if you're not running a killable comp, I think, if you're not running a killable comp, Rector Drath might be a little bit better. Especially if, like, on top of that, you're running an ally. Oh, you said you don't have ally protect? You don't have ally protect. If you're running increased defense and strengthen, right, she can bring that additional mitigation. So, like, mitigations tend to multiply, like, not multiply, but they magnify each other, right? So when you just have an increased defense, like, that's not as good as having an increased defense and a strengthen. Not because you just have another buff, but because literally, like, you start to whittle away the damage that the boss is doing to your team to a point where your heals can catch up, right? So it's not just the number, it's the speed of the damage that comes in. So it's always a race, sustained versus incoming damage, right? And Rector Drath is healing you while also mitigating damage. So for being an epic, for bringing in a decreased attack, for bringing the mitigations and the heals, and then having that emergency revive, maybe, I might lean in her direction just because she's cheaper to build. Also, UDK is worthwhile in other builds. You can build him for arena, or you could build him for dungeons, and that would free him up for those roles. And therefore, Rector Drath is giving you value in Clan Boss by freeing UDK from the Clan Boss team. So if they're very close in terms of the overall performance of the team, I would probably move UDK somewhere else. And use Rector Draft. All right. We're on the boss. I've seen amulets go over 4 million with bad luck. I don't think I've ever seen 4 million. I know I've never seen 4 million. I can't remember ever seeing 4 million at least. I think it's rare to go over 2.5. Like, I definitely see 2.1s a lot. I see 2.4s a lot. Once you start getting up to like 2.7, 2.9, I had a 2.9 today, actually. It sucked. But once you get to like 3 million, you are hitting sort of rare territory. And I think there, when you do the auto, like, whatever's, the auto promotes the levels, there is a mercy system in there. I heard that a while ago, and then somebody else said it not that long ago, so I think that's true. So in order to like max out, you would have to have a very expensive piece. Like, it would have to be an amulet or something. Yeah, it was a 6-star mythic amulet. Ouch. Ah, man, that's rough. You might have gotten close to the max there. You might have gotten close to the mercy on the 6-star mythic amulet. Dizdo says, I pulled Ruel and Cethalia, but I don't know if they are good. Yes. Cethalia is a very good buff stripper whose value is decreased by the existence of Wukong because everybody has a free Wukong now. So he can be your buff strip instead of Cethalia. But she also has a nice single target heal, and she has a nice single target. I think she has a single target cleanse with a block debuffs buff that she puts on. I think that's what it is. She also has HP burns on her A1. So she's a nice champion. As far as Rule the Huntsman, I think can smack, but I don't have the champion. I've heard good things, but I think you have to set him up a particular way, and I can't remember right now how to use that champion. So it's supposed to be pretty good, I think, but don't quote me on it. But Cethalia I have, and I run, and I like her. But less, the value is a little bit less because her buff strip is, not as valuable when you have Wukong. Shooter says, to be fair, I think Ninja should be #1 book priority if A2 and A3 aren't already booked. Yeah, it depends on where you're using Ninja. I mean, I always prioritize supports over damage dealers, right? Unless you have a very specific purpose for the damage dealer. Because staying alive and continuing the fight is just as good a way as completing it as doing damage, but sometimes you can do more damage, but you can't stay alive, and then you don't complete the fight. So, that's my defensive tank-based mentality. So not saying that you shouldn't book Ninja. You absolutely should. He's a god. But I'd rather have a tank god than a damage dealing god. Because you know how I feel about those dang dirty DPS. Yeah. You look like a captain overseeing the boat or ship. Yeah, I'm just on the railing here. Just kind of looking. It looks like we might do it, Mr. Fudan. This is kind of crazy. We're up to 10 minutes on this run. The stream's gone an extra 40 minutes here because I wanted to see this happen. But I hope people are enjoying it. I've literally not done anything but talk for the last 40 minutes while this is running in the background. Team Red, says Great Dane. Thank you, Great Dane. It's always good to have you here, buddy. Crashdown says, I look forward to a CVC team versus Team Sun. Yes, Crashdown. Crashdown is another Team Coal Red. He's Great Dane and Crashdown are two of the chattier members in our clan chat, which I appreciate. I'm not always as chatty as I should be, usually because I'm not actually in game. I'm like doing video stuff, but I try to be. It could happen someday. There's only like 100,000 clans or so. Yeah, it could happen. Well, Team Colrud can ask you in clan chat like I did a week ago. Wait, I'm losing the thread here. Yeah, sorry. We talk a lot in Discord. We do, and I love the fact that our Discord is so active. That's great. That's exactly what it's for. You're right, Great Dane. Live Wild, yes, both have decreased attack. Yes. UDK and Rector Draft both have decreased attack. I think UDK's chance of landing is higher. I think they're same affinity, though, right? So the affinity shouldn't be an issue. They're both force affinity? I think so. Cygnus Hyoga says, Colred, can I apply to your clan or to Sun? You could. Currently, I think we're both full up, but sometimes players go inactive, and we have a policy where if on the 4th day of in-game inactivity, we remove a player, they can always reapply to the clan. We're not trying to be mean or anything. We just want to make sure the clans are active, and there are a lot of people who are looking for spots. So after 3 days of inactivity, when that ticker goes over to 4 days, then we remove people. And sometimes the accounts we remove are like a second or third account or something, so we don't feel, hey, Mr. Fudan, check this out, buddy. You came on my stream, you said, you know what? I think I need a Fire Knight 25 team. I looked at your account and you were on level 20. And now you've got a level 25 Fire Knight team. It's 11 minutes and 42 second Fire Knight team, but that's what you asked for. So we got you what you asked for. 422 turns. Oh my goodness. That was a marathon. That was a marathon. I feel good. Victory. Let's see if this piece is any good. It is. It's got speed on it. Who cares what else it's got on it? It's got speed on it. 6-star regeneration weapon with speed. I hope it double rolls into speed and you can put it on Scylla the Drakes or something. Okay, so moving forward, remember, you got a lot of books to grind. So anywhere you can get books, tournaments, events that offer books, like start prioritizing putting energy into those places if it makes sense for your account, because extra books are important. Like even, champion chases. If you can pull and get close, get close to that 3,000 point tier and you're like, I'm maybe an extra, sacred shard away. And it's not a sacred shard event, but I'm a sacred shard away from a book. It might be worth it to start really focusing on those Legos, on those legendary tomes. And you've got all these great champions to book out, so you've got some good champions booked, but you need Georgian fully booked. You need Vizix booked. You need Ninja booked. Who did we say? Who else was in that thing? I don't know. So, Mithrala. Mithrala's coming. You need her booked. So priority number 1 now is to get as many legendary books as you can. You have a great roster. You really do. You have a great roster. I was talking about, like your first year, you get 24, say 25 6-stars, right? And you need to do everything with those 25 6-stars. And I'm looking at your roster and you've got really good champions. I mean, if I just go down this list, like Yannicka, great nuker, like UDK, yes. The whole top first row, absolutely. Maybe there are some champions that aren't like pure winners, but they were progression champions, and that's fine. You've got some good champions. I mean, you've got Harvest Jack, you've got Ninja, you got Hernding. Hernding's a beast, and then I'm starting to look at your epics and I'm like, you've got Geomancer, you've got Venom Mage, you've got Deacon, Vergis is playable, you've got Genbo, who's awesome, Godseeker, yes, Ugo, yes. You've got Hydra champions, you've got Clan Boss champions, you've got Dungeon champions, you've got Arena champions. You've spread it around and you've got some of everything that you need here. By the way, here's a team for you. You say you don't use Deacon Armstrong in Arena. Arbiter into Deacon into Genbo. And if you need something else on it, just add anybody else. It doesn't matter who you add. Add Yannicka, right? Add Scylla the Drakes for a stun. Add an ally attack champion. It doesn't matter. Increase attack, turn meter fill. Decrease defense, turn meter fill. Nuker that ignores unkillable. There's your arena team. Yeah, you're doing great, buddy. You are doing absolutely fantastic. Focus on those books. Get those books. You got a great roster. All right. Any questions? Any comments? 18 books you need. You need 18 books like tomorrow, buddy. No, you're good. You're in good shape. You're in good shape. But all right, listen, I've had a lot of fun talking to everybody. Thanks so much for hanging out. This has been great. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join our Discord community. Everybody probably joined our Discord community, but come say, hey, hang out, ask for roster advice. And if you want to join the clan, definitely send me a DM. We'll see if there are some open spots. I don't think there currently are, but you never know. They might pop open in the next week. All right, son, I think that's it for now. We've got our Saturday stream, which will be our Noob versus Pro. That goes at 11 a.m. Anything else that we need to update anybody on? All right, I think that's everything. Thanks so much for hanging out. This was a long one, but it was a lot of fun. Thank you, Mr. Fudan, and all of our other Takeover players. It's always just a real privilege and a show of trust to be able to go on these other players' accounts, show them off, have some fun with them, and mess around. And I do appreciate it. All right, son, say goodnight. Bye-bye. See you soon.